Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, o'z joylaringizni egallashingizni so'rab qolamiz. Уважаемые дамы и господа, занять места. Assalomu alaykum xonimlar va janoblar. Barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlariga erishishda
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
hamkorlik bo'yicha ikkinchi global forumga xush kelibsiz.
Welcome to the second Global Forum on Interparliamentary Cooperation and Achieving Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, the address to the participants of the forum, the address of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan will be read by Speaker Tanzila Narbayeva. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great honor for me to read the presidential address to the participants of this forum. In achieving sustainable development goals, we are organizing this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of this forum, I am delighted to welcome you in the ancient city of Tashkent at the opening of the second Global Forum of Interparliamentary Cooperation in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals, and I wish you all the best wishes to you. The Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 that was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly is a huge step in the progress of the humanity. And in order to attain the sustainable goals, it is important for the countries of the world to unite their efforts and harmonize their aspirations. In the 2021, we organized the first global forum in the ancient and eternal city of Bukhara. And this was an important first step towards the further unification of our efforts in the promotion of the Parliament's role and involvement in the process of attaining sustainable development goals, and it served to facilitate the versatile cooperation towards the attainment of the shared goals. Dear friends, the ongoing initiative that we're implementing under the aegis of for the dignity and value of human being in our country helped strengthen the constitutional reforms that we conducted recently in our country. And as part of our strategy, Uzbekistan 2030, we seek to create an enabling environment for the upholding of the dignity and aspirations of all our people. Our goal is to have poverty by 2026 in our country and to completely eradicate poverty in our country by 2030. Last year alone, we've been able to help 1 million people get out of poverty. And thanks to our successful reforms in the area of health and healthcare, by 2030, we are planning to improve life expectancy in our country from 73.8 to 78 years. And we will be paying even more attention to education enrollment and coverage. We will completely cover all children with preschool education, and we will increase university enrollment of the youth by 50%. We will also pay due attention to the provision of basic social services and public services, such as water supply, in line with the introduction of water-efficient technologies. In particular, we're planning to increase water-efficient irrigation by 25% in our farm fields. Distinguished participants of this forum, certainly, in order to achieve these national goals, we need to learn from international best practices to advance our national infrastructure to enable all these reforms. In this regard, we would like to suggest strengthening the roles of parliaments. And I'd like to thank all countries who upheld the initiative of creating a special resolution on strengthening the role of parliaments. I would also like to highlight that this resolution would help facilitate even stronger cooperation between parliaments of the nations around the world. Using this opportunity, I'd like to wish you strong health and wish you all the success in your honorable and important deeds. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Distinguished participants of the forum, now would you please draw your attention to the screen? In 2015, Uzbekistan, along with other 193 countries of the world, subscribed to the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. While taking into account the country's national priorities and needs, Uzbekistan adopted 16 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and established special mechanisms for discussing the process of achieving Sustainable Development Goals. And at the initiative of our president, our deputies and government officers paid special attention to the creation of a special mechanism to monitor the process of SDG attainment. The National Sustainable Development Goals and targets will be pursued up until 2030, and a dedicated parliamentary commission was established to implement these objectives and sustainable development goals against specific indicators. And the monitoring results have been regularly discussed by the parliamentary commissions and committees, and relevant decisions were made. In order to attain sustainable development goals, the country developed a special concept to unite the efforts of all the stakeholders, including government institutions, NGOs, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders. And the country also prepared its first and second voluntary universal review and presented them the highest level during General Assembly sessions of the United Nations. And this concept was instrumental in boosting Uzbekistan's efforts to orient the country towards SDGs, in particular in 2020, speaking on the General Assembly session of the United Nations. The President of Uzbekistan promoted the initiative to adopt a special resolution on strengthening the role of parliaments in the attainment of sustainable development goals. And the first global forum was organized in Bukhara, which was attended by more than 500 professionals and representatives from the parliaments of the world, including the Parliamentary Assembly, Europe, Asian Parliamentary Assembly, CIS Parliamentary Assembly, Turkic Language Parliamentary Assembly, and other organizations. This forum was supported by more than 80 countries, which incorporated their suggestions and inputs in the resulting document. And this resolution was presented in 2022 to the General Assembly of the United Nations, which was upheld by 77 votes, 77% of the votes. This resolution also highlighted the importance of parliamentary cooperation in the attainment of all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Now we will proceed to the introductory part of the forum. Now the floor is given to the Chairwoman of the Senate of the OLIY Majlis of Uzbekistan, who will make a presentation on the work of the parliamentary session to oversee the attainment of SDGs in Uzbekistan. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of this forum, colleagues, dear friends. I'm delighted to welcome you in our country, and I would like to extend this welcome on behalf of all our national professionals and all our senators and deputies. As we heard from the presidential address, we believe that this international forum is becoming traditional and instrumental in the promotion of the important parliamentary role in the attainment of SDGs. And this forum has been increasingly acknowledged by the international community. And I can say with full confidence that this political forum, which is dedicated to such an important cause as SDGs, is extremely important in terms of raising public awareness about the significance of SDGs, that alone becoming an important forum, an important platform for an international discussion of SDG-related challenges and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum created a unique system. In particular, we established a steering council to monitor the progress in the attainment of SDGs, and we adopted 16 targets, 125 objectives, and 206 indicators. The Coordination Council's main objective is to organize the work of all the government agencies and ministries, hear their reports on the progress, and monitor the process of SDG attainment. At the same time, in order to attain nationalized SDG objectives and goals, this council facilitates cooperation between various government and non-government institutions and international partners. Today, Uzbekistan's nationalized objectives and goals is happening with the unification of the efforts of more than 10,000 institutions, including civil society organizations. Besides, all the United Nations agencies have become key partners to the government of Uzbekistan in moving forward towards SDGs, which is making a positive impact on Uzbekistan's image globally. It should also be highlighted that it is at the initiative of our president, Uzbekistan has embarked on improving its international rankings, which is largely coordinated by the parliament of the country. And all the action plans developed by the parliament, and the Senate in particular, is fully harmonized with the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, and we've been able to strengthen parliamentary oversight in all areas of life across our country. And the parliament created its special parliamentary commission to strictly control the activities aimed at promoting rule of law, creating an enabling environment for civil society to hold government institutions accountable for SDG attainment progress. Also, over the past 2 years, the Parliamentary Commission adopted more than 70 SDG objectives and more than 100 indicators that are used to examine the ongoing work across the Uzbek provinces. The results of such monitoring action is studied by dedicated parliamentary commissions, which served as evidence for the parliament's decision. These results have been instrumental in the proposition of adopting United Nations General Assembly's resolution on strengthening parliamentary cooperation in the attainment of SDGs. And this work is carried out not only at the highest level across the country, but also at the grassroots level. In particular, despite the global challenges, our national economy keeps growing. And as we heard from the presidential address, the country is paying first and foremost attention to the public well-being, the advancement of the country's social sector. At the same time, gender equality, efficient employment, creating new jobs, creating sustainable infrastructure have become high-profile priorities of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we can go on and on talking about the importance of SDGs and about the work that we've been carrying out towards the attainment of these goals. But what is really important in this context is we're putting human being and human interest in the center of all our ongoing endeavors towards the attainment of SDGs, but this does not mean that we have accomplished our mission. There is much room for us to improve, and we need to strengthen the spirit of mobilization of the entire nation. And as put by Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, public sector and private sector, as well as civil society organizations, should be prepared to get mobilized towards the well-being of the people of the world. And SDGs is exactly about the well-being of the people. And you know that in January, for the first time in our country's history, we organized SDG 1-month activism, which included a series of public hearings, workshops, and seminars. And these processes were facilitated through the cooperation between a wide range of government institutions and NGOs. And this led us to conclude that all layers of our society, especially the community of people with disabilities and other vulnerable communities, activism helps attain the most ambitious goals, and it also helps ensure the implementation of the concept that no one should be left behind.
Therefore, the idea of adoption of a resolution of the UN, we are suggesting, we are proposing to support this idea. With great pleasure, I would like to say that civil society institutions, they have participated directly in developing the draft of the resolution. That's why I would like to ask the representative of the parliament, representative of UNDP and UNHCR, I would like to ask you all to support the promotion of this resolution at UN and in Tashkent communique that will be adopted as a result of this forum. We would like to say that parliaments and the role of interaction among the parliaments will be shown as a separate, very important area. We are suggesting, recommending to have it in a very high level. So SDGs were adopted already 8 years ago, and so we have already goal to have preliminary reports on the achievements. So we have to strengthen our cooperation and collaboration and take our collaboration to the higher level. And that's why I would like to call you all to be very active in this forum, and I wish success to this forum. Thank you very much for your attention. Dear colleagues, with great pleasure, I give the floor to Speaker of the Legislative Chamber of the Ali Majlis of Uzbekistan, Mr. Nurjan Ismailov, who is also the head of the co-chair of the parliament on the monitoring the achievements of SDGs in Uzbekistan. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, dear Tanzila Kamalovna, dear highly respected, reputable representatives of international organizations, dear ladies and gentlemen. Sustainable Development Goals is, when we're talking about the three pillars, social, economic, and political areas, all of them are covered by SDGs and aim at building sustainable and very just world. And Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres has separately underlined that Uzbekistan's development strategy is fully in line with SDG. President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, has taken into consideration the role of the parliament, has initiated the idea of adopting the resolution and on the role of the parliaments. And this was adopted last year. In this year, in April 30, the people's referendum that was taking place in our country, a new edition of Constitution of Uzbekistan has provided solid legal basis for SDGs. So we consider the building the social and just state in Uzbekistan as the main goal of development in Uzbekistan. And at the High Commissioner's office, the book that was published by that commission provided information about the role of the national parliaments, and this book was already translated into Uzbek, and we have disseminated that to all relevant bodies, including parliamentarians. Just right now, Chairperson of Senate, Tanzila Narbayno, rightly pointed out that national goals and objectives of the Uzbekistan for supervision of achieving the process of SDGs for the year 2030 is being working very effectively. I'd like to underline that committees in both chambers of the parliament and commissions, they are actually conducting their activities fully in line with SDGs. With no doubt, achieving SDGs is not just a political call. It is being practically reflected in all legislative documents in Uzbekistan. Over the course of the year 2022 and the first 9 months of 2023, more than 300 documents were adopted by Parliament, and they are, all of them are aimed at achieving SDGs. At the same time, Legislative Chamber and committees of the Legislative Chamber has been effectively using all the authorities on supervision of the process of achieving SDGs. We are conducting the work in the area of parliamentary hearings and discussions, and most importantly, we are very closely working with civil society institutions. Dear participants of the Second Global Forum, a resolution on the role of the civil society institutions and also the initiated by the president, and the document that's being provided in the offer today, would like to call you all participate very actively in discussion and the conduct of this global forum on SDGs shows that parliaments around the world are committed to achieving SDGs, and they are also very much committed to further increasing in the effectiveness of interparliamentary cooperation. I believe that today's forum will be a success. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Ismailov. You have very rightly pointed out all the areas. Dear participants of the forum, very active pragmatic foreign policy led by the president shows that we are, as a parliament, becoming even more active in cooperation, and our communication between parliaments has a very important role. Specifically, our joint work shall be coordinated towards achieving SDGs. We have to exchange and share our experience and practice, because this is the very in the heart of our operations. So we have actually assembly of parliaments of CIS and also the parliaments assembly of the Council of Europe are very actively participating. So they are working with us very closely, not only on the SDG related areas, but in many other areas. With the very occasion of this forum, the video addresses were sent by them. First, we give the floor to Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, Mr. Martin Chungong, please.
Your Excellency, Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Honorable Tanzila Nabayeva, Chair of the Senate of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Honorable Mr. Nurdinjon Usmailov, Speaker of the Legislative Chamber of the Republic of Uzbekistan, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests. I am very honored to address you at the beginning of this event, whose first edition provided the opportunity to discuss the draft of the first United Nations resolution on enhancing the role of parliaments in accelerating the implementation of the SDGs. And today, we are looking at that resolution which focuses solely on the role of parliaments in implementing the SDG. We are very grateful to Uzbekistan, the initiator of this resolution, for its very strong commitment. Parliaments can and must be in a position to play a crucial role in bringing the SDGs to life through their powers. And governments, through the adoption of this resolution, have clearly demonstrated their openness to enhance cooperation with parliaments to fully implement the 2030 agenda. I am very proud that through the IPU 2022-26 strategy, member parliaments have reiterated their political commitment to sustainable development and have also collectively decided that action in this area should be prioritized over the next 5 years. Honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Progress Report shows a disturbing picture of the lack of progress on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In-depth analyses and estimates indicate that just 12% of the SDG targets are on track. Under current trends, by 2030, only about 1/3 of countries will meet the target to halve national poverty levels. Inequalities are at a record high, and it has been estimated that almost 300 years would be required to close the gender gap in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws. Concerning climate change, carbon dioxide levels are rising to a level not seen in 2 million years. Current actions to address the crisis are definitely not sufficient. All of this means that if we don't play our part now in making the SDGs a reality, there won't be future generations, and our present will increasingly be characterized by widespread poverty, conflicts, and irreversible losses in our ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, as representatives of the people and through your parliamentary responsibilities, you can help boost the change we want to see in the world. Based on the experience and work of the IPU, we have been conducting a number of activities in this area, and I would like to set out some concrete activities that you, as parliamentarians, can undertake to help develop sustainable and inclusive progress in your country, but also in your region and around the world. 1, you can and must help implement the provisions of the UN resolution on enhancing the role of parliaments in accelerating the achievement of the SDGs as a priority. Use it to enhance dialogue and cooperation with your government, including within the context of international and regional monitoring processes like the UN High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, as well as the relevant forums organized by the United Nations Economic Commissions in your respective regions. 2, you must advocate for national development which pays equal attention to sustainable and inclusive economic growth, health, and the well-being of all people and the planet. Make sure that policies, laws, programs, and budgets contribute to the achievement of the SDGs in an effective and coherent manner. If your parliament has not yet established a mechanism or procedure to mainstream and deliver on the SDGs, advocate for this. 3, align your work and political agenda with the SDGs. Build alliances within your parliament, with the executive branch and other relevant stakeholders. Coordinate actions and make sure they are aligned with international and national agreements. 4, increase opportunities to consult citizens, especially those that are underrepresented, marginalized, and or in vulnerable situations, to understand how things are progressing and if current strategies need to be adjusted. Involve them in the SDG implementation process. Inform the government if there is a need to correct actions. 5, and that's last but not least, disaggregated data is extremely important to monitor the implementation of the SDGs. However, its availability is still limited. Request data from the National Statistical Office and help ensure that such offices are adequately funded. Honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, action for sustainable development begins at home and should not end there. It is my hope that during this event, you will actively engage with the issues at stake, share views and experiences, discuss with peers common concerns as well as possible solutions to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs in a coherent and integrated manner. I wish you all fruitful and constructive discussions.
Katta rahmat Martin Chunkong janob oliylariga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin Chunkong. Because first of all, we'd like to thank him for the positive feedback about Uzbekistan Parliament and the Bukhara Declaration and its adoption at that highest level. It's a great achievement, and actually, this Interparliamentary Union played a very important role in that. And in this final document of this forum, we will take all of those suggestions into consideration. Now, I would like to give the floor to the President of OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, Madam Pia Kauma, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, as parliamentarians, we have 3 core tasks: passing laws to improve the lives of our citizens, representing our constituents to ensure every voice is heard, and providing critical oversight to contribute to democracy and good governance in our countries. As you see, we play a central role in ensuring that our policies implement the Sustainable Development Goals to the benefit of our citizens. Our parliaments play a pivotal role in monitoring the implementation of projects and policies. We strive to ensure that funds are maximized and that the actions of our governments are efficient and responsive to public needs. Positive interactions with civil society are also essential to finding the best solutions to our most intricate challenges. As parliamentarians, it is essential that we remain responsive to our constituents, especially the youth. But if we want to achieve real progress towards our Sustainable Development Goals, we need to address existing crises. The war in Ukraine and the conflict between Israel and Palestine are 2 brutal reminders that we cannot end poverty or protect the environment if war is raging on. Peace is always an essential first step. The challenges we face on global scale, from climate change to inequalities, are extremely complex. However, through cooperation, sharing best practices, and learning from each other's experiences, we can turn these challenges into opportunities. In the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, we have emphasized the importance of international dialogue and strong partnerships. I'm proud that our meetings help all our parliamentary delegations better understand, common challenges to find joint solutions for sustainable development. As a word of conclusion, let me commend the OLIY of Uzbekistan for organizing this event. I'm sorry to have been unable to join you today, as I'm currently in Skopje, where our Council of Ministers will also determine how the OSCE can continue to support the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I hope that this forum will inspire you with renewed determination to translate words into action. You can always count on the support of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful discussions today.
Azizlar, hammamizning nomidan Piya Kauma xonimga ham minnatdorlik
Dear
bildiramiz.
ladies, we would like to thank Madam Pia Kama on behalf of everyone here, and we also say that we are ready to work together. Now we give the floor to the chairperson of the Federation of Council of Russia's Federation Assembly, head of CIS Interparliamentary Assembly, Valentina Matvienko, please.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, искренне рад.
Dear Tanzila Kamalovna, dear colleagues and friends, I'm very glad to greet all the participants of the second Global Forum of Interparliamentary Cooperation in achieving the SDGs. The adoption of the Sustainable Development Agenda for the period up to 2030 and the introduction of a global system of indicators for monitoring the achievement of SDGs in public administration mechanisms have become one of the most important elements in improving the quality of life of citizens in many countries. Many governments are carrying out substantive work in this direction, but surely parliamentarians who combine the functions of local representatives and legislators are called upon to play a special role in the implementation of the global goals, national legislative decisions in ensuring their public support. Each parliament has its own developments and proposals that can be useful for the global community. Therefore, we attach and put a very special importance to the strengthening of interparliamentary dialogue on this topic. We very attempts of the Uzbekistan in developing the interparliamentary cooperation aimed at the achieving Agenda 2030. Its contribution to achieving those SDGs was the first global forum that took place in Bukhara 2 years ago. And of course, very importantly, played role the initiative of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Miramonovich Mirziyoyev, on achieving SDGs and the role of parliamentarians. It has received the support of the UN states members and other interparliamentarian organizations. Last year, the GA of UN has anonymously accepted this resolution. I'm sure that today's event will help us to move forward in achieving the SDGs. I would like to note that in Russian Federation, the SDGs are very strongly integrated on a strategic and programmatic levels and documents. And of course, they're considered as a priority for our international cooperation. During the recent G20 summit, the President of Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, has confirmed that Russia will continue contributing in achieving the SDGs and digital transformation of economy in the world. One of the biggest events that combines the topics of a number of topics and directions of the SDGs that already become a traditional event was the Nevsky Environmental Congress, the 10th Congress that took place this year gathered a maximum number of participants and representatives of more than 50 countries, including Uzbekistan. We demonstrated innovations and new projects with the participation of the business, private sector, government, and very wide areas and topics in the environmental agenda. All these discussions will contribute to the modernization of the green programs and new projects. Big attention is paid in achieving gender equality and women's agenda. Russian Parliament is conducting an active work in introducing and developing national strategy by 2026 that is issued by the government, as well as develops the partnerships with the international organizations and unions. Beginning 2015, one of the key formats and areas in this area has become the Eurasian Women's Forum, a very respectful international platform that gathers women from more than 100 countries of the world. I would like to thank our international partners, first of all, the chairperson of the Senate of the OLIY Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Tanzila Kamalovna, and other parliamentarians for the participation in the work of today's forum. I would like to remind you that in September 2024, meaning next year, in St. Petersburg, we are planning to conduct already a fourth Eurasian International Women's Forum, preparation for which the Federation Council has begun already. In this forum, we will continue discussing a wide variety of the topics and matters in regards to the women's participation in political, social, and public processes. Using this opportunity, I would like to invite all women parliamentarians in the work of the upcoming forum. Dear colleagues, we very well understand that a joint formation of the Unified Agenda 2030 follow-up of those goals and indicators will allow to the international community to build a trusted, open dialogue. The relationship of the countries of the region within the CIS Interparliamentary Assembly, the development of the draft laws, and coordination of the work within this platform will serve as a foundation of this dialogue. I hope that together we'll be able to achieve better results for the achievement of the SDGs, for the success of our people, countries. I would like to thank you and wish the success in the work of the forum. Thank you very much. We would also like to thank Honorable Valentina Ivanovna for the high appreciation of our work, and of course for the provision of the recommendations and ideas for the improvement of the interparliamentary cooperation on the way of achieving SDGs.
Уважаемые dear participants, we know that today's forum
distinguished colleagues, of course, in our endeavors to unite and strengthen parliamentary efforts in the attainment of SDGs, an important role is played by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Turkic countries. And recently we organized an international conference dedicated to the 50th anniversary of this important parliamentary assembly. And today we are glad to see our counterparts from Turkey, although be it with the Zoom platform remotely. Now it is with great pleasure that I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Mehmet Suraya Er.
Özbekistan Respublikası Ali Meclisi Senatı Reisi hürmetli Tenzile Narbayeva'ya Türkmen'in kardeş Özbekistan'da tanıklı maruzeçiler iştirakide ötközülüyetken bu dolzarp tedbirge teklif etkenleri için çukur minnettarlık bildiremem. Ümitbaxş ve parlak gelecekni yaratış yolunda barcha halklar için müşterek bir minber bolgan Birleşken Milletler Teşkilatı'nın 2030 yıl geçe belgilep koyulgan gün tertibi memleketlerinin terakkiyat cereyanları da mühim rol oynap gelmekte. 2030 yıl geçe
It's a great honor and pleasure to greet you on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of Turkic States. I would like to extend my deep gratitude to Chairperson of the Senate of the Ali Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Tanzila Narbayeva, for inviting Turkpa to take part at a significant event taking place in Broadly, Uzbekistan, with participation of distinguished audience. In the context of parliaments, have great responsibility in achieving these goals. Sustainable development goals call on the parliaments to form or improve the relevant legal framework, taking into account the interests of all social groups, especially vulnerable ones, and in doing so, leaving no one behind. Parliaments perform the crucial function
bu yoldaki semereli hareketlerini rağbetlendirişte mühim vazifeni becerdi.
Parliaments perform the crucial function
Becerişteki nezaret
in
ulardan berkarar rivajlanış maksatlarıyla erişişte
aligning the Sustainable Development Goals with national policy and promote effective actions by governments. Oversight function of parliaments and the implementation of national strategies necessitates their key role in achieving the development goals. Multilateral parliamentary cooperation promotes the implementation of commitments related to sustainable development, and active participation of parliamentarians in debates contributes to the efforts on addressing the global issues. Interparliamentary organizations have a great impact on the formation of the global agenda, serving as important platforms for discussion of measures to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, exchange of experience, and best practices. As the parliamentary dimension of Turkic cooperation, Turkba strives to contribute to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Agenda through its various cooperative mechanisms and tools. Model legislation within the framework of Turkpa aims at the improvement of legislation of the member states and gradual harmonization of legal framework. This process facilitates the formation of common legal space, which in turn could lead to socio-economic development and lay reliable foundation for regional peace and security. Empowerment of women and youth is a cornerstone in building just and sustainable future. Women Parliamentarians Group and Young Parliamentarians Group, established under the Turkpa aegis, are the mechanisms supporting sustainable development agenda through their activities. The groups focus on empowerment of women and youth and encouragement of participation of women and youth parliamentarians in the work of the Assembly, as well as in the work of international organizations. Turkpa members attach great importance to achieving sustainable development goals, and in this context, I would like to reiterate our commitment and determination to further contribute to the objectives of the 2030 Agenda, such as human rights, equal opportunities for women and men, poverty eradication, economic development, tackling climate change, stronger healthcare systems, quality education, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to witness the dynamic development and successes of fraternal Uzbekistan, which uses its great potential to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals with special attention to women empowerment. Ongoing reforms implemented under the leadership of President Shavkat Mirziyoyev play a key role in further development of the country, which is one of the driving forces in achieving sustainable development in the region. Today, Uzbekistan is at the forefront of the cooperation processes in the Turkic world. We highly appreciate the active participation and contribution of the Parliament of Uzbekistan to the cooperation within the Assembly and express our belief for its fully fledged membership in Turkpa in the near future. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to brotherly Uzbekistan for hosting such a significant forum and wish fruitful discussions and success to all participants. I greet each of you with my sincere wishes and respect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mehmet Suraya, for your kind words. Indeed, the regular summits that are organized under the aegis of Turkpa focus on some of the most topical global challenges. And I would also like to thank Mr. Mehmet Suraya, who spoke in Uzbek and addressed kind words to our forum. So we also have representatives from the representatives. Now I'd like to give the floor to Anna Yurievna Kuznetsova, who will tell us about the read Vyacheslav Volodin, the chairperson of the Duma of the Russian Federation.
Разрешите зачитать приветствие от председателя Государственной Думы Российской Федерации Вячеслава
Dear
Викторовича.
Tanzila Kamal, dear forum participants, let me read the speech of Vyacheslav Volodin, the chairperson of the State Duma of the Federal Council of the Russian Federation. Dear forum participants, I would like to greet you today. At today's important event, you will be discussing important matters, including the interparliamentary cooperation for the Agenda 2030, improvement of the legislation, and other matters. It plays a very important role in achieving SDGs, improving the relationship between the countries for the national interests. It is very important that the initiatives of the foreign participants are considered and contribute to the better quality of life. I would like to wish you a good discussion. With the best wishes, Vyacheslav Volodin. Thank you very much to the Vyacheslav Viktorovich for the good wishes. Dear
ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of this forum,
on the way of achieving
of course,
SDGs,
the
I would
role
like
of the
to
United
mention
Nations
the importance of the
in the attainment
UN,
of Sustainable
especially
Development
under the
Goals
leadership of this
is
organization.
irreplaceable, and it is the United
The
Nations
improvement
that
of the
creates
quality
a
of
global
life of the
platform
people,
for all the
a
countries
special
of the
program
world
is developed.
to
I
attain
believe that the
Sustainable Agenda 2030,
SDGs
and I
and
think
all
we
the
should
work that is
all be
being done
grateful
on this way
and
is
unite
very
around
important.
United Nations to ensure that the interests and priorities of all the nations of the world are taken on board, and we've been intensively interacting with the United Nations agencies represented here in Uzbekistan and those that are not represented in Uzbekistan, and we've implemented a wide range of projects and programs together with relevant United Nations agencies. And with your permission, I'd like to give the floor to the resident coordinator AI in Uzbekistan, Madam Consuelo Vidal Bruce. Please, Madam.
Good morning, Excellency Madame Tansila Narvaeva, Excellency Mr. Ismoilov, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations agencies, funds, and programs that work in Uzbekistan, I would like to say that it is an immense honor to be here today in Tashkent, a city that embodies both the heritage and the forward momentum of Uzbekistan, as we gather for the second Global Forum of Interparliamentarian Cooperation in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. In the words of our United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, parliaments have a unique role in shaping laws that meet the needs of the people while respecting the boundaries of our planet. I therefore would like to begin by extending my profound appreciation to the Senate and OLIY Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the firm commitment to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, both in Uzbekistan and globally. Your role in the adoption of the UN General Assembly resolution on the role of parliaments in the SDGs a year ago is a clear indication of your leadership in advancing sustainable development. As an example of how the Senate and OLIY Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan exercise their commitment towards the SDGs, I would like to also mention that a few days ago, we completed a month-long series of 16 SDGs roundtable discussions co-chaired by the relevant committees and where the stakeholders from the government, civil society, and the United Nations agencies exchanged views on the progress and remaining challenges across 16 national SDGs and their targets. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum focuses on the role of engaging the civil society in advancing the 2030 Agenda. In Uzbekistan, in recent years, we have witnessed several occasions where such cooperation has resulted in significant progress of important issues. Uzbekistan's advancements in eradicating child and forced labor, SDG 8.7, is a result of the efforts of the government in partnership with civil society to enforce laws and policies that safeguard children from exploitation. Furthermore, the passing of new legislation against gender-based violence, SDGs 5 and SDG 16, a big step towards gender equality was achieved. The Uzbek parliament's recent legislation criminalizing domestic violence aligns with the Secretary General's assertion that gender equality is a question of power. Societies that value women and men as equal are safer and healthier. Here too, the civil society's active engagement was critical in shaping the legislation, providing important feedback loops, as well as raising public awareness. However, our journey towards a sustainable future does not end here. The role of civil society in Uzbekistan is more crucial than ever. By continuing to closely engage civil society, we can further advance the SDGs in various fields, including social protection, improving public service delivery, human rights, environmental protection, decent jobs, and green transitions, among others. As previous experience has shown, the engagement of civil society is pivotal in shaping policies that are inclusive, sustainable, and reflective of the needs of all segments of society. To end, I would like to say that as we move forward, let us remember that our goals for sustainable development are intertwined with the principles of inclusivity, equality, and partnership. Let us be guided by the words of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, encouraging all of us to take advantage of the full potential of civil society's dynamism and creativity. Uzbekistan's progress is an example of what can be achieved through the joint action of different sectors of society with a shared commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Katta rahmat Rita Consuelo Fatima Vidal Bruce xonim.
Thank you so much, Madam Consuelo Vidal Bruce. Indeed, yes, and of course, very little time is left before the deadline for Agenda 2030, because 2030 is not that far away from us. Therefore, United Nations agencies, not only United Nations agents, but other international organizations, international financial institutions should work together with us, and this should be done under the aegis of the United Nations and would help us speed up the process of attaining the SDGs. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we heard earlier, Uzbekistan identified its nationalized SDG-related objectives, and we have a dedicated commission within the Parliament of Uzbekistan, which plays a spearheading role to monitor and oversee the process of SDG attainment. Now, with great pleasure, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ilham Narkolov, as the representative of this commission. Please, sir. Good morning, Madam Narbayeva, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I would like to welcome you on the second Global Forum on strengthening interparliamentary cooperation to attain SDGs. I would like to start by highlighting the important initiatives that have been promoted by the President of our country towards the attainment of SDGs. And in achieving the parliamentary commissions, that we've been working with international organizations, United Nations agencies to develop efficient SDG attainment mechanisms and monitoring techniques. And this has become the center of all the policies developed in the country. Uzbekistan already developed 2 voluntary universal reports and presented it to the United Nations General Assembly. At the same time, during the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, it was solemnly stated that we are halfway towards the ultimate attainment of the 2030 agenda. But at the same time, concerns were expressed as to the successful achievement of Agenda 2030, given the current context in terms of global economic situation around the world. And Uzbekistan was also acknowledged as achieving 35% of all the nationalized SDGs. And Uzbekistan has also been able to improve its rankings and the well-being of the people. However, we can also see that some of the failures to attain higher rankings, they all pertain to 2019, 2020, and 2021. But as to the Human Capital Index, we are in a confident position to improve our rankings, as admitted by international experts. So the other concerning message that was expressed during the global summit was that today, in the post-pandemic world, as well as the geopolitical situation that the world is witnessing today, poverty reduction achievements may be rolled back, thereby plunging significant part of the global population back into poverty. In contrast, we see that the situation in Uzbekistan, as far as poverty reduction is concerned, we are moving steadily towards halving poverty level in Uzbekistan by 2025 towards the subsequent complete eradication of poverty in the country by 2030. We also admit that the country is planning to allocate around 500 million US dollars for this honorable mission of eradicating poverty across the country. The country is also planning to allocate $113 million to improve basic infrastructure for the provinces of the country.
And providing the water supply to population, this achieving that 80% of that is a goal for the year 2024. Another concerning issue is that as of today, in order to achieve SDGs, there is a scarcity shortcoming in the finance to 4.2 billion USD. So we have the potential global wide to attract. After the calculations, Uzbekistan, together with the UN Resident Coordinator Office, Uzbekistan is being implementing large projects and financing the SDGs. Integrated system of funding will be launched in line with our estimates. At about 80% of our documents is in line with SDGs. So we have some deficiencies in the working on it in our strategy for the year 2030. We're also paying attention to achieve that. Dear participants of the event, taking into consideration the time consent, I would like to underline one more short issue without getting deeply into other issues because it was already mentioned. The issue I would like to talk about is about shifting transformation into the green economy in Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is being implementing the flagship project in Uzbekistan. So it's about establishing the carbon credit market in Uzbekistan, in Central Asia, and Uzbekistan is working on that as a separate project, and it is considered as one of the leading projects in the world. And recently, on the global climate change, we have developed a report. As you know, in early October, we have issued green bonds. And we are also working on the system of developing and verification of the CO2 level, and we're working on the electrification on large projects. And by the year 2030, we want to increase the share of the green energy by 30% at least. So green energy, green urbanization, green transportation, and other similar projects already started in Uzbekistan. And here I would like to conclude my speech, and I would like to wish all the participants successful discussions. One more time, welcome to Uzbekistan. Thank you very much, Mr. Rakulov. So when it comes to achieving SDGs, one of the most important issues, or maybe the most important issue, is a budget. So in order to achieve all of those 17 goals, you will need budgets. Therefore, be it national budget or local budgets, in forming those budgets, the priority should be given to the SDGs. That's why parliamentarians, my dear colleagues, I would like to mention that we are conducting budgetary oversight. So in that particular point, and actually evaluation the process of achieving SDGs and how much funds were allocated and spent on that, those funds were spent correctly or not. I think that this is an important issue we have to work. We already started that work, but we cannot say it ideal yet, but we have to work further. Dear participants, dear colleagues, dear guests, I would like to thank you all for your great welcoming speech and warm speech. With your permission, we will conclude the introductory parts of or the panel session of our forum, and we will continue our working and working sessions. If there is no objections, I would like to call you all, invite you all for the forum for group photo and the coffee break. We're going to have 3 sessions, parallel sessions, and the one will be about interparliamentary cooperation, and the second panel session will be about gender-specific and youth policies in collaboration with them. And the next session will be about interaction between parliament and civil society institutions. Now, I would like to kindly invite you all to a group photo. Then we will go to coffee break before going to panel sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to see.
Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check. Eshitildimi? Ulug'bek 1, 2, 3. Kanaldan eshitilyaptimi Ulug'bek? Chunki o'tgan safar tarjima qilganimda texniklar yozib olishdi menga. Ikkita kanaldan kelyapti ovozingiz deb, qanaqa ikkita kanal, shunga tushunmadim.
Уважаемые участники, просим занять места. Мы продолжаем наше мероприятие. Спасибо за внимание.
Marhamat. Joylarni egallashlarini so'raymiz. Please take your seats. Просим занять свои места. Мы начинаем работу нашей сессии панельной. Hanımlar ve canoblar,
Ladies and gentlemen, myself and Mr. Ram Ear, UNDP resident representative for acting UNDP resident representative in Uzbekistan, will moderating this panel session. Before starting this panel session's work, I would like to underline that during the introductory speech given at the opening session of today's Global Forum, we have underlined the importance of SDG of United Nations. Of course, indeed, the success of development of any country depends on the strategy. If a strategy is well developed and if it's rightly points out the goals and objectives related to economic social development, it will put together all the efforts of the society and lead to the development and prosperity. Of course, back in 2015, when the SDG was about to be accepted by UN General Assembly, SDG was described as a plan for better future for the global community. Of course, we acknowledge that this SDG is actually a practical action plan. It is actually the plan which puts all of our efforts together. And of course, that includes parliaments as well. Because when it comes to the providing legal basis for such actions and also overseeing the activities of the executive chamber, parliament plays a very important role. And discussing its results. And SDGs are actually a very important program which takes into consideration not only this generation's future, but future of next generations as well. And existing global issues cannot be solved single-handedly by any nation. So it requires mobilization of joint efforts, including interparliamentary efforts. Now, for the brief opening speech, I would like to give the floor to our great friend, Mr. Lam Ear.
Opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Safev. Welcome you all again, dear guests, colleagues and participants. It's a great privilege for me to co-moderate this important session on the role of parliaments in advancing the 2030 agenda. I want to start by commending Uzbekistan's remarkable progress in integrating the global goals into the national development agenda and strengthening the parliamentary oversight. As you might know, Uzbekistan submitted 2 voluntary national reviews, one in 2020 and one as recent as 2023. And Uzbekistan also initiated the resolution at the United Nations on enhancing the role of parliaments in accelerating the achievement of the SDGs. And this was adopted by the General Assembly in 2022. Now, more coming closer, the ambitious reform under the leadership of the President, which is outlined in the 2026 and 2030 strategies of the country, are much more closely aligned with the global goals as well as the national goals which the country set for themselves. Now, today we will discuss the critical role of the parliaments in implementing, monitoring, and overseeing the country's reforms as well as its path to achieve the global goals. Now, perhaps the parliaments have an important role here to play because they are representing the people directly, responsible for enacting the legislation, adopting the budgets, and more importantly, bringing in the accountability and the engagement with the civil society and the non-governmental institutions in the process of measuring and tracking the SDGs. And more important, the work which the Majlis has done in the country here with the members of parliaments, they're more uniquely positioned, if you look at, to act as the interface between the people and the wider organizations, including us, the development partners who work in this country. Now, the people-centric approach and the policies, I think, are key when legislation is made so that we can ensure collectively that no one is left behind. If I may, is the notable progress in the parliamentary oversight of Uzbekistan is to be congratulated again, and we hope that this will percolate down within the region across Central Asian countries, as well as within the country in the provincial levels, how it goes further. So I wish all of us a productive session. I'll hand it over to Mr. Zafir back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think that it's great that you are starting your mission in Uzbekistan with such an important gathering. And by the way, I'd like to use this chance to congratulate you with the new assignment and to wish you all the best and assure you that we will be your close partner and looking forward for many, many such events with you.
Dear participants, it was a great pleasure. In order to start our discussions, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Bari Alkhanov, who is a well-known parliamentarian in Uzbekistan with great experience, one of the most experienced PMs in Uzbekistan. And he was responsible for ecological issues, regional development issues. And so, Mr. Alkhanov, the floor is yours. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, dear Mr. Safayev, dear Mr. Ramier, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear guests.
Принимать участие на столь важном и
For me,
авторитетном.
it is a great honor to participate at such an important and respectable forum. It is true that SDGs are considered a so-called call to action that is coming from all countries, from less developed, developing, and developed countries. They are targeted at improving the well-being of our planet. All countries accept that measures on liquidation of the poverty should be taken into account in parallel with the actions on increasing and boosting economic growth and solving and finding solutions for a number of the problems in the areas of education, healthcare, social protection, labor problems, and ecological and environmental issues. From our perspective, the provision of the sustainable development of any country depends on 6 main factors, which are economic growth, social protection, ecological issues, spiritual, cultural, development of the institutions, and improvement of the legal basis and government administration. Parliament, as a true school of democracy, plays a very important role as initiator in achieving long-term SDGs. It plays a key role in forming the legal basis, monitoring, and promotion of the Agenda 2030. In 2015, by Uzbekistan joined to international agenda for the achievement of the SDGs that was announced on the UN summit and took these responsibilities for achieving that at a national level. In October 2018, Uzbekistan accepted and adopted those SDGs for the national context, which included 16 goals, 125 targets, and 206 indicators. With the support of the UNDP Uzbekistan, a special web portal was initiated where we have statistical data on 119 indicators. At the same time, there is a systematic work that is being carried out by a number of the agencies. Today, we are conducting a work on 126 tasks, targets, and 190 indicators. In collaboration and continuation of the special resolution of the General Assembly on improving the role of the parliaments in achieving SDGs that was presented by the President of Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, in December 2022 on 77th session of the General Assembly of UN, a resolution was adopted on improving the role of the parliaments in achieving SDGs. This resolution became a so-called program roadmap for the countries and parliaments of the world on important 13 priority areas. In this regard, a joint decree of the King Yasha's Councils of the Senate and Legislative Chamber of OLIY Majlis on the measures on realization of the resolution of General Assembly of UN was accepted, as well as a special roadmap on monitoring of achieving those measures was developed. For the purpose of effective parliamentary control on the national goals and targets in sustainable development by 2020, we have a special coordination commission at the OLIY Majlis under the where the chairperson is the chairwoman of the Senate of the OLIY Majlis. Only in the period of 2 past years of the active parliamentary control by the various government agencies and ministries, we've sent more than 2,000 parliamentarian applications and requests, as well as 75 parliamentarian requests to the government. At the plenary sessions of the Parliament, we've heard the information and reports from more than 28 leaders and heads of the ministries and agencies, and appropriate decisions were taken afterwards. As a result of the activity of the Parliamentarian Commission, the government received a task to review the approach towards the SDGs. In this context, the government has accepted a special decree according to which a new roadmap for achieving SDGs by 2026 will be approved, and the membership of the Coordination Council will be widened, as well as a special expert and inter-agency working groups will be established. Today, the Parliamentary Commission is working on a number of initiatives. The development of the draft resolution of the General Assembly of UN on establishing more active role for the civil society in achievement SDGs. There is an active work that is being done in preparation of the voluntary report on the civil society in achieving the SDGs, as well as we are developing young leader ambassadors of the SDGs. Dear colleagues, I would like to know that in 2020, we participated at a political high forum where we've presented our first voluntary national review on SDGs. In 2021, a first SDGs week was conducted in the country. Within that, Uzbekistan became the first country that presented an initiative on combining our efforts, the efforts of the parliamentarians in the region on the sustainable development. At the same year, in Bukhara city, we've conducted the first forum on interparliamentarian global cooperation in achieving SDGs. We are more than 500 experts from more than 100 countries participated. There is no doubt that the practical realization of the declaration will serve for the further development of a more inclusive, open, and transparent achievement of the global agenda for the sustainable development. At the same time, taking into account the modern requirements and problems, I believe that we need to review our approaches and methods of work of the parliamentarians in the work of the SDGs. For this, involvement of various stakeholders and raising awareness about the best practices and solutions towards the global issues will help and assist. This will also allow to improve the parliamentarians' capacity in integrating SDGs in their processes. Along with this, I would like to note that SDGs can improve within the regional cooperation, modeling experimental territories or zones for the sustainable development, develop regional strategy for achieving SDGs and moving to the green economy, as well as activate number of measures on raising awareness of the community on SDGs. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to know that Uzbekistan identified its readiness to achieving Agenda 2030 and improving its normative legislative base. As mentioned on 28th session of the GA of the UN, only with the
it is very insightful. I may invite Mr. Adil Aliyev, Deputy Chair of the Milli Majlis of Republic of Azerbaijan, to share the regional experience coming from the nearby country.
Уважаемые участники форума,
dear participants of the Global Forum, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all thank the leadership of the OLIY Majlis Parliament for creating excellent conditions for holding this Global Forum, and also let me express my gratitude to our dear colleagues and well, the friendly population of Uzbekistan for welcoming us. On the initiative of the Republic of Uzbekistan, the holding this global forum is an important event in terms of the interparliamentary cooperation in terms of achieving SDGs. I'm quite sure that this platform will serve for further strengthening interparliamentary cooperation as one of the important mechanism of achieving SDGs. It is important that on the 77th the General Assembly of the UN with the aim of the accelerating the actions of the countries in achieving SDGs, where the President of Uzbekistan, Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, had a speech and which happened in 2020, as you remember, and I'm quite sure that this resolution serves as a great opportunity for our interparliamentary assembly to further drive to achieving the SDGs. And I'm glad to know that the Milli Majlis of Azerbaijan supports an active involvement of the higher legislative bodies in taking decisions of important for important issues on a global level. And today our parliament is actively collaborating with colleagues in other parliaments of the many countries, and it takes a major role for Azerbaijan as well as for other foreign participants. Dear colleagues, it is important to point out that in 2021, according to the resolution of the President of Azerbaijan, we set up national priorities for economic development of the country until 2030, and which correspond to the Sustainable Development Goals for Azerbaijan, as well as to the UN set up SDGs, and which will serve as a basis to further to implement our activities. And also our president signed a resolution to set up the Coordination Council on Sustainable Development of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and the main aim of which to see according to the state program and strategies to set up the major goals to reach the SDGs. In his speech on this during the 75th Assembly of the General Assembly of the UN, Mr. Ilham Aliyev pointed out about the importance of the creating demographic and multicultural society and providing securing human rights and with the aim of achieving sustainable development goals. Azerbaijan, as an active member of the UN, supports for further putting the SDGs as one of the priority directions, and takes responsibility to fully implement all the taken obligations, and also further support in terms of further promoting and developing and improving the country's population's well-being. And I'm glad to note that Azerbaijan submitted its third report on its sustainable development goals, and this year we will submit our fourth report on the sustainable development goals. It should be noted that Milli Majlis of Azerbaijan focuses on the implementation of the SDGs in all the spheres of the country, and which is confirmed by the active participation of the all interested organizations and civil societies in this process. And last year, Azerbaijan Parliament had a meeting the important high-level meeting on the Sustainable Development Goals, where Sahira Gaffarova, as a speaker of the Parliament, informed the foreign participants on the achievements reached by Azerbaijan on its strategic goals until 2030 and about those changes, amendments to the legislations in Azerbaijan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, because of the COVID pandemic, there was a very difficult situation experienced by different spheres of life in the Azerbaijan, and the government took rapid actions during pandemic in order to support the population and to support the economy. And after the pandemic was over, Azerbaijan took further steps in order to further strengthen and support in order to further improve well-being of the population and to increase the income of the population. And the WHO named Azerbaijan as one of the countries which can serve as a good example, which takes very efficient steps in order to provide all the necessary medical and financial services. And those the steps of the social protection taken by the government covers nowadays almost half of the population, and among the items of the state budget, the important role is taken by those funds dedicated to social protection of the population. In the freed territories of Azerbaijan, in the former Azerbaijan territories which Azerbaijan is taking rapid steps in order to rehabilitate and construct new buildings, including new airport buildings, and which is directly connected with achieving SDG goals. In this context, I would like to point out in the reconstructing and rehabilitation of the cities in the freed, formerly occupied territories, Azerbaijan is planning to build up the modern facilities, allocating special funds in the amount of 4 million manats. And our President Ilham Aliyev, in March of this year, he had initiative on the freeing of the formerly occupied territories from mines, and which correspond to the SDG number 18. And of course, this initiative is very actual because nowadays about 60 countries in the world, they suffer from unexploded mines worldwide, including Azerbaijan territory. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan passed a serious period of time I think the holding of this initiative belongs to Uzbekistan, but it was a good example, and I'm proud to note that Azerbaijan in the future will also continue its efforts to promote interparliamentary ties on the different levels in order to further strengthen the interparliamentary cooperation. And indeed, interparliamentary diplomacy serves as a driver to further promote and find solution to our global problems. Therefore, I think we should continue to strengthening our interparliamentary dialogue with the aim of achieving sustainable development goals and share experience with other countries and strengthen our fruitful cooperation with other countries. I wish all the participants of the Global Forum success. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Aliyev, for your very interesting presentation. Now I want to give the floor to To the Deputy Chairman of the Russian Federation Duma, Anna Kuznetsova, dear colleagues, let me congratulate you and welcome you on behalf of the Russian Federation Duma. I'm for the first time in the Uzbekistan, but this is my second time, and I would like today discuss about the topics of further protecting the rights of children, which is in line with the SDGs goals. And for the past years, we are striving to further promote and implement the SDG goals. And unfortunately, the last 15 years, we are not reaching all the good levels of the reaching SDGs. These goals should be achieved on 3 levels, on the global and the social and the national levels. But because of the past pandemic situation and some terroristic threats, we lagged behind in achieving some goals, almost for 50%, and about 30% goals we didn't have any concrete steps, and nowadays there is almost 148 million children who is suffering from malnutrition problems, and dear colleagues, especially taking into account the recent the conflicts in the world and the existing problems, we would like to make some proposals in order to achieve the sustainable development goals. First of all, we have the economic problems and the deficit in GDP, and including the great volume of the exterior debt of many countries, and taking into account existing economic problems in many countries, and which hinders appropriately and timely achieving sustainable development goals, and inadequately finance the educational and medical sphere, and also because of some parliament decision in some Western countries, they pay more attention to increase the financing the armies in order further to continue the actions in conflict zones. And the current sanctions, they also hinder the Russian Federation in appropriate supplying some medicine, and there are some other important equipments in our country, and which I think contradicts to some resolution of the UN, and also hinders in achieving sustainable development goals. Dear colleagues, therefore, these statements which we openly voice, the problems existing, that we cannot achieve that necessary tempo of reaching sustainable development goals. It's of course it undermines the authority of the UN, the mandates, and we, I think, should focus more on to find solutions to burning issues of the protection of children and support more medicine. And first of all, I'd like to take this opportunity and thank the President of Uzbekistan, and especially during his speech and proposal on the resolution at the General Assembly of the UN in 2020, where it was described about the further perspectives and the goals of the development of the Parliament's activity. And dear colleagues, as I reiterated, first of all, we should further focus on the further protection of children and within the SDGs goals. And I think this should be in the first place of the progress of the countries, because everywhere in the world, the children needs more protection of their rights. and the safety of the children is one of the important issues in many countries of the world, and they suffer more often from some transboundary conflicts. And as you know, in Donbas region also the children suffered from in the conflict zone from some military actions. Therefore, Federal Assembly of Russia, they created a special commission to investigate the crimes of Ukraine against children and the population in those areas. Speaking about the fight against criminal acts against the children, we see that in many items of the goals we are still lagging behind. First of all, I was glad to learn about Uzbekistan active steps which took on further strengthening the legal actions on fighting against any forms of violence against women and children. And we understand that many countries and governments taking, of course, necessary steps to further protect women and children, but not everywhere it is yielding appropriate results. Therefore, we call on further taking necessary action in this regard. The second thing is to appropriately develop the policy of the countries, and today our action should strive to further create further opportunities. And the next thing is we are against about the involvement of other countries into internal affairs of the countries. Dear colleagues, and I think we should develop additional tools in order to secure and support the independent policy of other countries. Unfortunately, we see very unfortunate examples when some countries lobby the interests of other countries through their parliaments, and we see it in Ukraine when the legislative body takes actions which directly harms its own population and not protecting all layers of population. Among some measures taken, it's the illegal transplantology of the body organs, and according to assessment of WHO assessment, now we reach 10% of the transplantology cases, most of them illegal. And in the conclusion, I would like to point out about the integration issues. Nowadays, some lobbies can impact some of the decisions of some countries, for example, some cultural issues as well. In order to avoid these kind of mistakes, the big responsibility lays on parliaments. And we see the positive experience of the Uzbek parliament, who took frequently a proper decision, especially in the legally the acting against illegal actions of LGBT community as well. And because we all should value our traditional values, and the Parliament of Russia is ready to cooperate, in all the spheres based on the friendly relation in cooperation, based on the national interests and values of all countries, and of course, from our side, we are ready to work, which Ciceron cited in the Asian Parliament, that is always do good things. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Kristen. So very useful to listen. As you said, children and women, wherever they are, most important, shouldn't be part of a conflict. If I may invite Mr. Kresin, the chairman of the Committee on International Affairs, the Federal Assembly of Russian Federation.
Большое спасибо, уважаемый Садык Салихович, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемый Рэм Ер. Реализация глобальной повестки дня 2030.
Thank you very much, dear Sadik Salihович, dear Mr. Ear. The achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals is very important, especially in the situation when in the economic growth, the environmental issues, the need in reforms of the IFIs and digital transformation. The specific goals that are put in front of the global South countries that play an important role in the global administration. It is very important to include the African Union into the group of G20. And we understand that only with the joint work we can improve the trade relations, provide more contribution towards achieving the SDGs on a global area. The measures for achieving SDGs in Russian Federation are integrated in national programs, other strategic programs. We formed a step-by-step plan for achieving them, as well as a horizon for planning by 2030. We are working on each of the goals identified in the agenda and are ready to share with our developments and practice with all of our partners, including those where our country, especially in the areas where our country has achieved more. Those the achievements in environmental issues, the provision of the population with clean water. We've set up a big work on building special points at Volga, Baikal Lake, and River Don. Beginning next year, we are planning to do a work on the rehabilitation of the big lakes and rivers across the whole country. There's an active work that is being done on liquidating the issues that we've had on the wrong management on the wrong water management. On a high level, we've put up the ambitious goals on decreasing carbon emissions. The existing issues of the geopolitical situation have not affected on the readiness of our countries on solving the climate and environmental issues. Climate and environment have already become an important factor at the global level that has an effect on a global scale, including the global migration, the increase of the instability in the key regions of the planet. Also, there is a high risk that instead of the joint activities on solving the environment and climate issues, that this topic will be used for the unhealthy competition. It is important to note that the COVID pandemic, as well as a one-side sanction policy of certain countries, has posed and affected the achievement of the Agenda 2030, as well as has negatively affected the global economy. There is a new measures required on strengthening the achievement of the SDGs, and here it is impossible to work without the active role of the parliamentarians. The involvement of the parliamentarians for the interest of all countries is one of the key factors on achieving the global goals. As already mentioned in her opening remarks, Valentina Matviyenko has noted that parliamentarians are required to play a special role in achieving global goals, including the public support and legislative support. The conducting international and national events plays an important role in this. This includes the meetings of the CIS Parliamentarian Assembly, as well as the Nevsky International Ecological Congress that is aimed at harmonizing the general approaches toward the climate issues. Next year, our country is chairing BRICS, And under the parliament leadership, we are planning to conduct this forum. Our chairmanship will be working under the logo of promoting the global security. It is impossible to work in this without the participation of all parliamentarians, including the various consultations aimed at reviewing the legislative legal base. As was mentioned before, last year, the resolution that was adopted and previously developed by Uzbekistan, it there states that Parliament's role in achieving national plans and programs by 2030 are important, and this part and this article is very crucial. At the end, I would like to thank the leadership of Republic of Uzbekistan for organizing this forum, and I hope that our meeting will improve the work on increasing the achievement of the SDGs. Thank you. We are grateful, Georgy Borisovich, for your speech. And next, the floor is given to Mr. Oleg Dyachenko, the chairman of the Education, Culture and Social Development Committee of the Parliament of Belarus. Please, Oleg Dyachenko. Dear Sodiq Salihevich, dear Ram-Ir, dear meeting participants, representatives of the international organizations, dear friends, for the Republic of Belarus, which does not have significant reserves of natural resources, the strategic task is the consistent development of human potential. On this, our president, highly respected Alexander Grigorievich Lukashenko, has repeatedly spoken in his addresses to the Belarusian people and the National Assembly. As he said, human capital is the highest value for us because this is an investment into the future. A healthy, educated nation with a rich culture is the basis of a successful state. Whilst education is the foundation of society, a so-called passport for the state and the entire nation into tomorrow. Dear friends, historical education has always played and continues to play a resource for new social transformations, creating main things: intellectual, scientific, creative, and technological potential, which become the main asset of the sustainable socio-economic development of the country. Today in the Belarus Republic, education is provided at all levels of basic, special, and vocational education as a priority direction of a state policy. Citizens of the Republic of Belarus have the right to receive free general secondary education. They are given the opportunity to choose the educational institution, form of education, level of study of academic subjects and modules, as well as educational programs. By the Belarus government, there is a special attention put to the national education program support, creating better conditions for teaching staff and improving the level of material and technical base of educational institutions. In recent years, the state has allocated about 5% of GDP to the educational system, which is not inferior to the volume of funding for education sector in other developed countries. A set of measures implemented by our state allows for a more progressive development of the domestic education system, ensures a more stable operation of educational institutions, and social protection of students and industry workers. In terms of level of literacy of the adults and youth, in terms of the opportunities provided by Belarusian government for education, and in terms of the number of students per 10,000 population, Belarus is at the level of developed countries in Europe and America. The literacy rate of adult population is 99.7%. Coverage of basic, general, secondary, and vocational education is 98%. Gender parity in education has been also achieved in Belarus. the concept of lifelong education is being implemented at the moment. At the same time, the global process is taking place in the world cannot but affect the development of education, both in the Republic of Belarus as one of the participants of the world community. The nature of globalization are changing dynamically. Geopolitical risks, new threats, and challenges are growing. Unfriendly political regimes are expanding the practice of applying international sanctions. That is why the development of education is the most important factor in increasing the efficiency and competitiveness of the economy, ensuring understanding of the needs for innovative transformations in the interest of achieving the global sustainable development goals. The objectives, main directions, and priorities of the state policy in education, mechanisms for their implementations are reflected in the concept for the development of education system of the Republic of Belarus until 2030. The main innovations in Belarusian education system that have occurred over the past 10 years are also reflected in the new edition of the Code of the Republic of Uzbekistan of Belarus on education. The country has created special conditions for representatives of all social groups to receive preschool education. Belarus consistently provides and leads positions in the coverage of children from 1 to 6 years of age in preschool education institutions, which is 89.5%. The standard for the coverage of 5-year-old children in preparation for education in general secondary education institutions is 100% met. Every child, regardless of citizenship, is given the opportunity to receive high-quality, free of charge preschool education through the development of a network of preschool education institutions, both in urban and rural areas. The system of general secondary education of Belarus is consistently developing and improving. There are 2,865 public and 6 private institutions of general secondary education in the Republic, where 1 million students receive education. In the context of sustainable development goals, the main focus is on ensuring access to education and improving its quality. Also, another review that's been conducted by the government of Belarus is on the current condition of the secondary general education system, among the tasks of which are determining the level of functional literacy of children with special needs for education. According to statistics, the number of children with special needs of psychophysical development is 179.4 thousand people, including 15,600 children with disabilities. Coverage with special education and pedagogical assistance is 99.9%. Our country has a unique long-term experience in functioning of integrated education and upbringing, in which more than 70% of children with special needs receive special education. Today, one of the achievements of the educational system is the established comprehensive educational system of support for children with special needs from birth until vocational education, which is ensured by the interaction of the education, healthcare, and social protection system, and is characterized by almost 100% coverage of all identified children with special needs, with special education and correctional pedagogical assistance. Our education system meets modern challenges and requirements. Dear friends, lays down a long-term perspective for the formation of the future human resources potential of our nation. Country has a special network of vocational secondary specialist education institutions. In order to expand students' access to modern, high-tech, energy-efficient educational equipment, 52 competence centers have been created that closely interact with human resources to develop professional and educational standards for promising professions. There are special professional standards that are being developed in this area. In the field of the vocational education, advanced training of personnel for more innovative high-tech industries is provided, including via the opening and establishment of a new specialties. Higher education institutions provide training for specialists in all areas of the economy and taking into account the structure and needs of the labor market. Currently, there are 42 state institutions of higher educational institutions in the Republic, 12 subordinate to 12 ministries and departments, as well as 7 private higher educational institutions. In modern conditions, the main driver of growth is the ability of the economy to produce and manage intellectual property, and the universities are a key link in this new reality. They become the platform of the knowledge economy. Nowadays, being only scientific and educational institution is no longer enough. Universities are called upon not only to generate innovative ideas, but also to put them in life. 12 Belarusian universities are implementing the concept of University 3.0, and in order to improve the infrastructure and tools for accessing information resources, the use of information communication technologies in educational process, expanding the distance education and distance learning, digitalization of the university management processes, a special digital project is being implemented at the higher educational institutions. Higher educational institutions carry out close interaction with the private sector in economy. There are 80 branches of departments of higher education institutions, 1,069 branches of the departments that operate in economic and social organizations. The features of the higher education system in Belarus include the guaranteed provision of the graduates with the first jobs, the development of support system for young specialists, and the creation of conditions for their adaptation in the workplace. Belarus is one of few European countries that in practice realize the leading ideas of humanism, religious tolerance, and multi-confessionalism. If in 2010 about 10,000 foreign citizens studied in our republic, last academic year, after 12 years, more than 28,000 foreign citizens received education across 110 higher education institutions. To provide the greatest stability to the state, not only literate, well-trained, and competent personnel is required, but also individuals with high morale who have responsibility for their destiny and destiny of their countries. The state has created all the conditions for successful self-realization and socialization of young people in public life. The national model of competitive multi-level education is aimed at actively promoting personal development of a citizen of the country, professional workers, and family people. The main priority of a youth policy is to instill the younger generation loyalty into the independent Belarus and love for their native land. This is facilitated by the involvement of the young people in socially significant activities through the self-government bodies, youth-oriented public associations, and the volunteer movement. It is the young generation of Belarus that must play a decisive role in the transition of our country into the innovative path of the development. At the same time, our country's education system is open and accessible to people of any age. Special institutes of vocational education for adults have been created. Modern methods and tools for teaching additional education programs have been introduced, including digital education tools and remote education formats. Dear colleagues, the national education system is considered as an institution for socialization of youth, providing training and education of the individual, shaping their world view and broader erudition. And the development of the education system is aimed at increasing the competitiveness of affordable and high-quality education. Taking into account the main trends in the development of the global educational space that meets national interests and the needs of an innovative economy, the principles of sustainable development of the country, and it's aimed at strengthening the professional potential of young people and their involvement in socially useful activities. Today, the objective of Republic of Belarus is to preserve the best of the Belarusian education, national features, state support, accessibility, free, fairness, high quality and stability, and implement measures to counter external challenges, leveling their impact on the sustainable development of the country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Yatchenko. It was good to hear about the efforts on education, especially
Спасибо большое за ваше интересное выступление. Я хочу дать слово постоянного члена постоянного комитета.
主持人先生，各位议员，各位代表。 大家上午好，很高兴呢能够代表中国全国人大教育、科学、文化和卫生委员会代表团来到美丽的塔什干，参加第2届议会间合作共促联合国可持续发展目标全球论坛。在此呢，谨向本次论坛的成功举办表示衷心的祝贺。当前呢，世界100年变局加速演进，我们正处在一个既充满着挑战又充满着希望的时代。和平、发展、合作、共赢的历史潮流不可阻挡。面对新形势下的挑战与问题、机遇和希望，全球各国拥有广泛的共同利益和目标，大家应该携起手来，合舟共济，和合共生，坚持多边主义，共同维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，践行共商、共建、共享的全球治理观，加快落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程，推动构建人类
I would like to express our confidence that
2020年，乌兹别克斯坦总统米尔济约耶夫在联合国大会第75届会议期间提出的关于加强议会在加快实现可持续发展目标中的作用的决议，获得了联合国的
we live in a world that there are global challenges that we try to address both nationally and globally, but despite all the difficulties, in order to and ensure a worthy life and well-being of our people and continue cooperating with our neighbors as part of interparliamentary cooperation. And we should also ensure the protection of our national interests as well as global interests.
2021年初，中国完成了为期8年的脱贫攻坚任务，近1亿的农村贫苦
And we should also develop globally acceptable approaches to the attainment of SDGs. And during the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, the President of Uzbekistan suggested the UN to adopt a resolution to strengthen the role of parliaments in the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. And in order to attain Sustainable Development Goals and continue cutting poverty, and there are many countries that are still struggling to reduce poverty, and fighting poverty should basically emphasized in remote areas. And in this regard, China has been taking active measures to incorporate the achievements beyond SDGs in its cooperation with other countries towards the attainment of SDGs, generating our own experience and learning from other countries' best practices. We also focus our attention on the improvement of the lawmaking, norm-making activities to make sure that all the laws and regulations promulgated by our country ensure clear protection of the rights, interests, and well-being of our people. And Our goal is to continue reducing poverty in China. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, strengthening of the regulatory framework towards the achievement of SDGs in all countries is a key factor for the country's social economic development, and we would like to continue paying due attention to interparliamentary cooperation. Currently, we have established very close and fruitful cooperation between the parliaments of different countries. And today, we have created more than 40 different thematic groups as part of our interparliamentary cooperation. And using this opportunity, I would like to wish you all the success and further prosperity of your peoples, and really look forward to making proper decisions to boost development of our nations and for the efficient implementation of the important SDG-related measures. We should continue our interparliamentary interactions in the spirit of exchange and mutual respect, and we should jointly seek solutions to the existing global problems. And secondly, certainly interparliamentary cooperation, I believe, should be elevated to a higher level, as parliamentarians are those individuals trusted by people to decide on issues that are important for the future of entire nations. And I would also like to underscore that education system should be strengthened and should also pay more attention to improving the policy in the area of developing our youth, supporting our youth. Our youth policy should be clear and robust. And I think everybody understands this and supports this. Ladies and gentlemen, should be highlighted that based on our historic links that were born in the Great Silk Way, all the countries that participate today in this forum in the ancient city of Tashkent, we should understand very well that it is really important to create this area. And each country that is actively participating and I really wish very fruitful deliberations.
Спасибо большое за высказанные добрые Thank you for your interesting and very full speech and for your wishes directed to the participants of the Global Forum and also your proposal to further intensify the interparliamentary cooperation and relation. I would like to give the next floor to the representative to Cengiz Aytarbekov, to the member of the parliament, Jokara Kengash from Kyrgyzstan Republic. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear participants of the Global Forum. First of all, taking this opportunity, I would like to thank the organizers, and this is an important opportunity for us to get together and to cover all important issues. Our countries feel the full responsibility to strive and to further direct our efforts in order to reach the goals set up after 2030. And in this regard, I would like to note that the Kyrgyzstan Republic takes certain responsibility in order to reach the sustainable development goals, and they are clearly inputted into national development strategy of the Republic up to 2030, and where we first of all develop our conceptual actions in order, according to the Sustainable Development Goals, to create all the favorable conditions for the populations, and based on the principle to leave no one behind, we target those layer of population in order further to support and create favorable conditions for people's well-being. And we are now planning our next report on the Sustainable Development Goals in the autumn of 2024. The Parliament of the Kyrgyzstan Republic, we created a working group on the implementation of sustainable goals in the Kyrgyzstan, and also in order to further support sustainable development of the country, we will continue our close cooperation with international partners in order to reach the goal set up to 2030. Kyrgyzstan Republic firmly continues its cooperation with international countries in terms of the supporting and promoting SDGs in the 2026 Sustainable Development Report. We showed our firm positions to further drive, and our republic took the 45th place in among other countries which were analyzed by the international organization. In Kyrgyzstan Parliament, the appropriate committee under the Parliament is responsible to collect important statistical data, and as of today, the quality of those statistical data gathered in the Republic is highly valued by independent experts, and we have 110 international goals and 65 sustainable development goals, which we reported in our previous report, which is open for access by any interested parties. And we also set up our monitoring group in Kyrgyzstan Republic. According to the UN data, in 2020, after starting the realization of implementing sustainable development goals, we became a part of the Convention on the Protection of Children's Rights, and also become the part of the Paris Treaty. And we always base our approaches based on the understanding that the children is our future, and therefore one of our key direction is a sphere of further promoting and developing education system. And we adopted the new education law instead of the previous old education law. And in adopting this new, we took into account the leading experience of some countries where we provided certain mechanisms for the opportunities to have additional professional the training for those who are interested to get additional profession. And also we introduced for the first time inclusive education, and we have the increase in our number of the youth going to general school from up to 90,000 children, which is a double times increase. And as I mentioned earlier, that we will strive to increase these indicators in future. Also, we are developing the draft law on the taxation, and we have the reforms also, for the higher educational institutions, namely for the 5 national universities. And now, from now on, they will have more opportunity for their independent financial activity as well. And according to the 2019 data, and actually for 2023, Kyrgyzstan Republic took the certain place in the international indexes in terms of the achieving sustainable development goals, but we are not stopping at these of the results, and we will be continuing our work in the working group on the SDGs. The planning for 2024 in implementation several activities in the certain directions. First of all, to provide the quality medical services for population, and also to improve the ecological situation, and also further support and preserve the cultural heritage. And also we will be working on further creating new jobs, and also support financial stability in the economy. And the third direction is access to a fair judicial system for all the population, in order to promote the rights of the population to the fair justice. And in this term, the Kyrgyzstan Republic, working together with other legislative bodies, we have implement the analytical work, and continuing our work on further supporting the joint initiatives in order to tackle joint problems based on the principle leaving no one behind. And we are striving to further collaborate with our colleagues in other parliaments, and sharing experience in terms of reaching SDGs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Idemiko. It's good to hear the progress which Parliament is making in effort actively. Good to see that. Yeah, I think we have from remotely Mr. Patnaik, the member of the Upper House of Parliament in India.
Honorable Chairperson and distinguished delegates, I'm happy to have an opportunity to present my views
to the floor. Mr.
on the role
Patrick.
of Parliament and the Interparliamentary
Yes,
Cooperation,
he's here.
promoting the effective implementation of the global agenda.
Floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead, Mr. Patnaik.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me continue. As the supreme lawmaking institutions, parliaments have a constitutional responsibility to oversee how the SDGs are nationalized, implemented, and supported by the government. Given their unique mandate as elected representatives of people, they are game changers in transforming our commitment to real actions. They serve as an interface between people and state institutions, putting viable solutions for planning, budgeting, implementing, and monitoring the progress towards achieving the SDGs. As the representatives of our respective nations, it's our solemn duty to ensure that the legislation we pass aligns with the principles and objectives of the 2030 Agenda. Friends, at their core, parliaments directly relate to two SDG 16 targets. SDG 16.6 on developing effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels, and SDG 16.7 on ensuring inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. The UNGA Resolution 77/159, adopted last year, recognized the essential role of parliaments at all levels of government through their enactment of legislation, adoption of budgets, and their role in ensuring accountability, also with regard to national plans and strategies for the effective achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Achieving these goals demands collective and coordinated efforts, transcending national borders and encompassing the shared responsibilities of all nations. We must acknowledge that the success of aspirational agenda under the SDGs, which seeks to change the global development landscape, depends to a large extent on how parliamentarians involve themselves in the implementation and monitoring of policies relevant to the SDGs, because the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development itself emphasizes that the means of implementation and follow-up actions would be key to realizing the targets of the SDGs. In India, our commitment to the SDGs is deeply ingrained in our governance philosophy. We recognize that sustainable development requires a holistic approach that integrates economic, social, and environmental considerations. Our parliament has been at the forefront of enacting laws that promote inclusivity, environmental stewardship, and economic growth that benefits all segments of society. I am happy to inform this distinguished gathering that most of the development goals of India are mirrored in targets set under the SDGs. We have been pursuing the path of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, meaning cooperation from all, development for all, everyone's trust and efforts, an innovative policy initiative of our government for inclusive development. Our parliamentarians are particularly focused on implementing a number of beneficiary-oriented development schemes and flagship programs that aim at achieving many of the targets set under the SDGs. Today, we are implementing the world's largest financial inclusion program by bringing people from the lowest strata of a society into the mainstream of formal banking system through opening their bank accounts. On the infrastructure fund, we are working on the missions such as Housing for All, Smart Cities, and Digital India, to mention a few. To empower women, youth, and farmers of our country, we have introduced a host of pro-people programs with due involvement of the parliamentarians in their implementation and monitoring. Even before the SDGs were formally adopted, we had initiated several such programs having focused on improvement of sanitation, drinking water, health, education, financial inclusion, security, and ensuring dignity of all. There is no denying that implementation is the most crucial part of any policy cycle. It is in this context that parliamentarians and policymakers have an important role to play in ensuring that all developmental programs and schemes are people-centric and they are implemented effectively without any scope of underachievement. Legislatures being responsible for legislating, policy oversight, and budget approval, parliamentarians always remain central to the development agenda of a nation. With their unique position in the state apparatus, they can positively influence in shaping their respective national development agendas and their implementation in compatibility with the SDGs. In fact, taking cognizance of their centrality in the governance structure of a country, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development underlines their critical role not only in the implementation and monitoring of policies relevant to the SDGs, but also in ensuring accountability of the implementing agencies at different stages of the policy cycle. The achievement of the SDGs necessitates not only domestic efforts, but also robust interparliamentary cooperation. We must recognize that many of the challenges we face are transnational and can only be effectively addressed through collaboration. By sharing best practices, experiences, and expertise, we can amplify the impact of our individual efforts and accelerate progress towards the common goals we have set for ourselves. As we deliberate on the role of parliamentarians in achieving the Global Agenda 2030, let's remember that our actions today will shape the world of tomorrow. The decisions we take within these walls have the power to uplift the marginalized, protect our planet, and build a more just and equitable world for future generations. It is time for us to come forward and shoulder our share of responsibilities in implementation of these goals for the betterment of people we represent. I'm sure the deliberations here will go a long way in forging a common agenda of development for member countries, particularly in the direction of achieving the targets set under the SDGs. Thank you.
We're grateful to Mr. Ozakov for a very important statement. Дорогие участники сессии,
Dear session participants, unfortunately, we are a bit out of time limit. It's probably not due to us, but due to the fact that the previous panel was prolonged. If there are no objections, I propose to proceed to the lunch now and continue our discussion. And address the QAS at the end of the second session that is very close to our today's topics. I hope there are no objections. Thank you very much. I'm very much grateful for everyone's active participation. I believe it was a very productive session, important speeches. We will definitely reflect it in the publications and forum proceedings. Thank you very much. We invite you all to the lunch. Thank you.
Нажмите на это.
Да-да.
Ras. Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli mehmonlar. Iltimos sizlardan hammanglar o'z joylarini egallashini so'raymiz. Уважаемые гости, прошу всем сесть на свои места. Спасибо большое. Dear guests, please take your seats. Thank you.
Можно, да, начинать уже, Макер, да? Assalomu alaykum muhtarama xonimlar va janoblar, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari. Mehmondo'st va bag'rikeng O'zbekistonga xush kelibsiz deb qolamiz barchangizga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. It is a great pleasure for me to say welcome to Uzbekistan. So I think after a very healthy and light lunch, we are all energized again, and we can start our second panel session. And the subject of our second panel session is very interesting, as I hope, and it is gender-oriented and youth policy in speeding up SDG attainment progress. So this session will be moderated by myself and my colleague, by the head of the Department for Economics and Ecology of OAC project in Uzbekistan, Zilke Clover. And to begin with, I would like to also highlight that currently we are witnessing a 16th day of activism against violence with regard to women. So I'd like to request our technical specialists to let us know if our first two presenters have joined us online. So with your permission, I would like to give the floor to Petriknyovka Osterhof, the representative of the United Nations Development Program. He said that he would have to leave us earlier because he have another meeting. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Parliament of Uzbekistan and the UNEP for inviting me to speak at this important event. It's my pleasure to join from Canada and contribute to your deliberations. Very interesting to hear about all the different approaches that were shared before the lunch break on engaging Parliament in SDG-related efforts. In my presentation, I will be focusing on the important role of Parliament in the voluntary national reviews, so that I'm sure you're familiar with those. I'm waiting to see if my presentation will be shared. Okay, I will just start and see whether it will appear on the screen. So as was also highlighted earlier in the meeting, we know that the 2030 agenda recognizes the essential role of parliaments through their enactment of legislation, adoption of budgets, and ensuring accountability for the effective implementation of the SDGs. In particular, SDG 16 is critical for parliaments, as our Indian colleague also highlighted. Especially two targets are important in this regard. So target 16.6 and 16.7 that call for developing effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels, as well as ensuring responsible, inclusive, and participatory representative decision-making. In addition to the goal 16, the strengthening of Parliament is important in view of supporting the fundamental principles of the 2030 agenda, such as the principle of leaving no one behind, universality, indivisibility, and policy coherence. And the involvement of Parliament is increasingly recognized. We saw the resolution 77/159 that was adopted last year that reflects the increasing focus on the important role of Parliament. So I think we'll move on to the next slide, please. Next slide. So as we already heard, parliaments can play a critical role in SDG efforts through various functions. It plays a key role in revising and adopting laws which directly support the SDGs and the wider agenda. Secondly, parliaments can scrutinize national budgets to see whether they deliver on the SDG outcomes, and moreover, they can help ensure that SDG financing is made available and utilized in an effective and transparent and accountable manner. Moreover, oversight, so parliaments are in a position to examine whether governments deliver on the laws and programs and budgets for the SDGs that have been established. And then through representation, Parliament can integrate citizen perspectives and interests into the legal and SDG policy frameworks, while at the same time informing the public of the SDGs and what they can do for citizens. Excuse me. And lastly, Parliament can help discuss and deliberate how the SDGs can be meaningfully adapted to the national context. So all these functions, they call for the meaningful engagement of Parliament in the implementation as well as in the follow-up and review process, including the voluntary national reviews. Next slide, please. As you know, the voluntary national reviews are the main mechanisms through which national governments report on the SDG progress. They're prepared by governments, ideally in consultative, inclusive, and participatory way, taking into consideration all the relevant stakeholders, as well as sub-regional and sub-national governments. So the VNRs should be evidence-based and take into account national contexts. And one of the key objectives of the VNRs is to facilitate the sharing of experiences, including successes, challenges, and lessons learned in the SDG implementation. And lastly, they seek to strengthen government policies and institutions to mobilize multi-stakeholder support and partnerships for SDG implementation. So based on the functions that I just described on the previous slide, the involvement of Parliament in the VNRs can help strengthen accountability and also enhance the so-called whole of society approach. Next slide, please. So since the first VNR in 2016, parliamentary participation in the VNR process has increased, reflecting a growing recognition of the role of Parliament on the SDG implementation in general, and also in the review efforts. According to an IPU report, in 2021, parliamentary engagement in the VNRs had doubled since 2016. However, substantial participation of parliaments in the VNR process continues to be fairly limited. We do see that parliaments are increasingly included in national SDG councils and the structures that are set up by countries typically to prepare the VNR processes. And they're also engaged through workshops, conferences, roundtables, etc., that are events that are organized during VNR preparations. So while this is still a positive development, a relatively small number of parliaments is consulted or have the opportunity to review the VNR before its finalization. And only a part of the VNRs presented to the HLPF so far included some kind of parliamentary input. And less than half of the national delegations of the HLPF included a member of parliament in the delegation. So there's a lot to make progress on still. Next slide, please. So looking at the VNR process itself, as we all know, the process is ideally prepared over a number of months and consists of various entry points for parliaments to engage. So from the beginning, Parliament should be involved in the initial preparation and organization of the VNR, for example, through the participation in the national SDG coordination mechanisms that countries typically set up. Members of Parliament should also be engaged when countries develop their SDG roadmaps or work plans. This can help ensure that continuous participation of Parliament is ensured throughout the VNR preparation process. They can also contribute to consultations that support the information gathering process, and they can help provide data and information to the process as well. The Parliament can also provide input to the report itself by, for instance, writing a section of the VNR reports, and they should also receive the final draft of the report before submission. Then once the report is presented at the HLPF, members of Parliament can be a part of the delegation participating in the HLPF in such a way that they by return to the country can report back to Parliament on the developments that have happened. And once the VNR process is completed completely, then Parliament should remain engaged in the follow-up by, for instance, debating the conclusions of the VNR and discuss follow-up and review processes after the HLPF. Next slide, please. So as an interesting example of the engagement of Parliament in the VNRs, there's the case of the Danish Folketing, which is the Danish Parliament, whose role is in the implementation of the 2030 agenda has increased over the years. Denmark had a VNR report in 2021, which demonstrated that in involvement of the Parliament goes both ways. So both the enabling by the government to include Parliament, but also initiatives by Parliament themselves to support the process. So the 2021 VNR of Denmark indicates that the Parliament itself continues to integrate the SDGs in its own strategy. And then it describes how the Danish 2030 network was established in the Parliament, which is an inter-party network that supports country-wide SDG implementation. The network includes 74 members of the total of 179 members of the Danish Parliament and has a purpose to share knowledge and debate various relevant themes related to the implementation of the SDGs in Denmark. The 2030 network has also appointed a board which consists of 24 representatives from civil society, NGOs, the business community, academia, and this forms an advisory board, the so-called Panel 2030. And this shows how the Parliament has initiated its own stakeholder engagement for the country's SDG implementation efforts to be able to keep government accountable. In addition, in 2018, the network encouraged the Danish Parliament to establish a parliamentary working group on the SDGs, and this was set up by the Finance Committee, which includes 16 members of Parliament. And the purpose of this working group is to focus on how to measure progress on the SDGs, so within VNR context, but also on a continuous basis. So it goes beyond the VNR cycle as such, and this is highly recommended in order to not see the VNR as just a one-off process, but keep on engaging in it. The working group also assists all the various committees in Parliament in contributing to the implementation of the SDGs. So it can, for example, present ideas on how to pursue parliamentary control of the Danish government in its work with the SDGs. And then, interestingly as well, the VNR presents efforts that the Parliament has done beyond this institutional structure that it has established, And it also features a chapter that was written by the Parliament itself, and that is featured in the VNR report on its engagement in the VNR and its just overall engagement in the SDG implementation efforts. So this is an example of how a Parliament can drive significant change towards sustainable development through various efforts. And the interesting part, I think, is that it supports the monitoring of the SDGs on a continuous basis. As I mentioned it, that is highly recommended, and not only focusing on the VNR as such. Next slide, please. So in summary, a couple of points. Parliament should be involved from the get-go in monitoring and review. They can work together with various levels of government and other stakeholders to support the exchange of good practices within the VNR process and the SDG engagement. As we've just seen in the Danish example, Parliament can contribute with input to the VNR. They could review the report, and one of the points that I haven't mentioned in my presentation yet, but which speaks a bit to interparliamentary cooperation as well, is if countries, it's a trend in the VNR reporting efforts, a trend is that we see as more and more countries are starting to do twinning and peer review exercises with each other. We've seen a couple of those examples in the Asia Pacific region, but also other regions where countries engage with peers to support each other throughout the VNR processes. And this is highly supported by the regional commissions. Among others, UN ESCAP has a specific tailored approach to this. If countries are engaging in such twinning exercises, then it's very much recognized or recommended that the Parliament representative should be a part of these teams, so that they can build capacity among each other internationally on VNR and SDG related efforts. And then lastly, as I mentioned, it's important to have the MEPs involved throughout the whole process, including during the HLPF, and maintain engaged in the post-VNR follow-up, so that parliaments can continue to scrutinize the SDG efforts by the country. So that was my presentation, and I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Many thanks to Patrick Oosterhoff for highlighting once again the crucial role of national parliaments and national reviews in achieving the SDGs, and for explaining the process and providing the example of Denmark. And of course, thanks a lot for being available after our lunch break. I would now like to give the floor to Hans-Friedrich Schodder, representative of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in Central Asia. This is a remote connection, and the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, excellent. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Madam Chairwoman, honorable MPs, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate you to the second Global Forum held today in Tashkent, and thank you very, very much for having invited me to join you. Let me also express my regrets that I have to join you online this time, but I remember very fondly in summer 2 years ago when I was able to join the first Global Forum in person in beautiful Bukhara, where many of us met there. Let me start by paying respect to all the members of Parliament of Uzbekistan and the other countries' parliaments which are represented at this Global Forum for their efforts in ensuring SDG achievement, accelerating it, but also in supervising it and guiding it. Well, I had the pleasure in 32 years as UN official working with parliaments in over 20 countries on 3 continents, including the parliaments of all the 5 states here in Central Asia. So allow me to also greet the honorable participants from the parliaments of the Kyrgyz Republic, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, here with who I have the honor of working now also in the current function as representative for Central Asia. Now, the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, we enjoy working closely with all national parliaments around the world, but also with the IPU, the CAS, OSCE, and other interparliamentary assemblies. Why is parliamentary cooperation so important to leave no one behind in sustainable development? For the High Commissioner for Refugees, you know, we have quite a unique mandate. The member states of the United Nations, have mandated us to monitor and support you in the protection of refugees and stateless persons, in the prevention and reduction of statelessness. So the persons which are of concern to UNHCR are per definition non-citizens. They are refugees and stateless persons which are not citizens. So we work as part of the UN country team, as part of the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, to support states, including Uzbekistan, in leaving no one behind in sustainable development and SDG achievement, looking at particularly at the situation of these groups of non-citizens. Dear Chairwoman, allow me to thank you first for having mentioned the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. As you know, in 10 days from now, these days will lead into Human Rights Day on the 10th of December. This year, the Global Human Rights Day will also celebrate the 75th anniversary of the conclusion of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The conclusion of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 75 years ago was a true milestone in the development of a common humanity, as UN member states agreed that human rights are truly indivisible and universal. When we look at the 30 articles of the Declaration, we see that they start with everyone has the right to, or nobody should be, and so on. So everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in the Declaration without distinction, including national origin, birth, or other status. So that means that all the basic rights set out in the UDR apply to citizens as well as non-citizens, including asylum seekers, refugees, and stateless persons. 2 of the Universal Declaration's 30 articles relate to these people directly. As you know, Article 14 says everyone has the right to seek and enjoy asylum in other countries from persecution. And Article 15 says that everyone has the right to a nationality. No one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his nationality or denied the right to change his nationality. Now, 1 year after the states declared the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, was founded. And over the succeeding years, these and many other provisions of the UDR have become customary international law. They've become legally binding through more specific international treaties. As you, of course, know, the covenants, but also the 51 Refugee Convention, the 54 Statelessness Convention, the 61 Convention on the reduction of statelessness, and the 67 Protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, why do we need universal treaties, robust interparliamentary and interstate cooperation, including on statelessness and refugee issues, to realize the Agenda 2030? As the previous speaker from India mentioned, and other distinguished previous speakers as well, tackling transnational challenges is important to achieve SDGs. Statelessness is the lack of a legal identity. And people who are stateless, who have no nationality, usually have no access to very little rights, if any at all. So they are naturally left behind in SDG achievement. They cannot achieve any of the SDGs, whether that is access to universal health care or education and so on. At the same time, states are very much interested in reducing, preventing, and ending statelessness, because they would like to have the people living on their territory who might actually should have their citizenship be part of the populace, of the citizens, to be able to vote, to contribute to the sustainable development of that country and not to be excluded. We have seen that in this region, there were hundreds of thousands of stateless people with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and then cooperation between states, including interparliamentary cooperation, became very important in regularizing these people and in finding out whose citizens they are. We had CAS mechanisms on that, which were very important. In 2014, Antonio Guterres, together with states, launched the At I Belong campaign to end statelessness globally within 10 years by 2024. Many states have made good progress in this campaign, including Uzbekistan. I would like to thank the MPs present and others for improving the legislation of Uzbekistan to reduce, prevent, and end statelessness. Under the enlightened leadership of President Mirziyoyev, since 2016, 86,000 persons with undetermined nationality have had their citizenship declared. This is a great achievement, and which you also, Uzbekistan, you have decided to track in your national SDG implementation tracking for SDG 16.9. Now, another 25,000 or so people would need the same, regularization of their status in Uzbekistan. And we are continuing to support you very strongly and your efforts as you're trying to also provide these 25,000 people with either citizenship of Uzbekistan or of another state, which citizenship they should have within the next 12 months before the I Belong campaign is over. The two statelessness conventions are important to be, ratified by as many states as possible, because if all states on the world would ratify these conventions, there would be no more stateless persons, because it would be very clear who is responsible for whom. And we were delighted to learn that in the context of the Universal Periodic Review of Human Rights, Uzbekistan also agreed to consider acceding to the two statelessness conventions. And thanks to the great work of your parliament, your laws are already almost completely in line with these conventions. So that should be a low-hanging fruit to accede to these conventions. Let me close on the issue of refugees. Again, refugees are an issue which a transnational challenge to achieve SDGs, which can only be solved in international multilateral solidarity. The conclusion of the Refugee Convention in 1951 was very important because it enshrined the non-political humanitarian nature of asylum, and it created a universal definition of a refugee. So it is not for states to politically decide this is a refugee, this is not. All states have agreed who is a refugee and on how they share the burden in protecting them. The convention also very clearly provides access to rights for refugees, which are important for the achievement of SDGs and to leave no one behind in the sustainable development of any country. Just to give you an example, to achieve universal health coverage, SDG 3.8, of course, refugees need to be included in access to health coverage. Otherwise, this SDG cannot be achieved. Again, I would like to appreciate that also Uzbekistan has ambitions to become a party to the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol as per the UPR process. And my office has had the great honor and pleasure to work closely with many of you, the parliamentarians of Uzbekistan, in a joint project we have with the National Center for Human Rights in achieving this. In the region of Central Asia, where I'm responsible, as well as in the CIS, all the states except Uzbekistan are already parties to these conventions. But when it comes to Central Asia, so far only Turkmenistan is party to all the 4 conventions I was mentioning, but Uzbekistan is making great progress to be able to join here. So societies which end statelessness and protect refugees are safer and healthier, to paraphrase the words of Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of parliaments in SDG achievement is extremely important. You form laws to ensure that nobody is left behind in SDG implementation. When you reform, for example, the constitution, as you recently did, you look exactly which constitutional rights are available for everyone and which ones are restricted to citizens. This is incredibly important work. You allocate resources to make sure that nobody is left behind in the achievement of the SDGs. Earlier today, we were listening to the Secretary General of the IPU, Mr. Chungong. And of course, the interparliamentary cooperation is very important because the Interparliamentary Union and other parliaments have been active in providing advice to parliamentarians on refugee and statelessness issues as well. And we have had the great honor to, with the support of the National Center for Human Rights, translate 3 UNHCR IPU handbooks for parliamentarians, 1 on refugees and 2 on statelessness, into the Uzbek language. And I hope that they are available at the Global Forum with you. And if not, you can find them on the website of the National Center as well as of UNHCR Central Asia. Currently, we are honored to support Uzbekistan in trying to draft a first refugee law. And again, we were listening this morning to the head of the CIS Interparliamentary Assembly, Matvienko. And again, the CIS has provided a draft, a model refugee law, which is serving as a very good basis for the development of national refugee laws, a strong sign of robust interparliamentary cooperation to achieve SDGs. UNHCR, we stand at your disposal to provide any briefings in our expertise to help with collecting data related to our mandate to tracking SDG achievement, to comment on national legislation, but also to facilitate interparliamentary cooperation on the areas of our mandate. Allow me to close by wishing all participants of the Global Forum very much success. Many thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you, Hans-Friedrich Schotter, for reiterating our promise to leave no one behind, to emphasize the importance of citizenship and of legal identity when it comes to achieving the SDGs. As we are over time, I would propose that we close session 1 now, and should we have any questions, and that we will refer to you after our conference, if this is okay. Yeah, thank you so much also for being available. I now give the floor to esteemed Tanzila Narbayeva to open our second session. Thank you very much.
Men ham birinchi panel sessiyasi oxirgi 2 spikeriga sabr bilan kutib o'z vaqtlarini.
Also like to thank the last 2 speakers of the first panel for their being patient and for providing very comprehensive and important speech. So on the basis of the concluding remarks on the first panel session, we see that each and every state has a positive experience and practice in implementation of SDGs. And we also see that in achieving SDGs, interparliamentary cooperation plays a very important role, as it was put forward by each and every speaker. Of course, adoption of laws is only the 50% of the task. Another 50% is actually related to implementation of those laws in practice, and in the monitoring, overseeing that is actually the responsibility of the parliament. And we will actually include the conclusion and the recommendations of the first panel session in the final document of the forum. If you're permission, I would like to say that let's put the Q&A session on the first and second panel session at the end. So we are living in a very important time, and we also have geoeconomic, geopolitical links play a very important role, and this is social development also linked to that. In implementing the task related to ensuring that kind of development, institutional transformation changes are very important for each and every country. Of course, in that regard, Millennium Development Goals actually serving as a very important document for everyone. That's why Mr. Safaif also mentioning it as a practical actions plan. If we look at it through the SDGs process and the parliamentary cooperation, leadership of women is actually a very important factor, because peaceful agreements, treaties signed by women leaders plays very important role in achieving peace. And in this very difficult and sophisticated time, and when we have urging issues related to economic and social and other tensions, cooperation plays very important role. Also, the most vulnerable part of society are young people, women, and people with disabilities and elderly. As of today, women account for almost 50% of a global population, and so that means that we have huge resources and capacities there. And I believe when we're talking about the SDGs, women this can play not only in actually achieving the SDG number 5, but also each and every SDG. If we take it education or quality of life, climate change, healthcare, food security, women and young people play a very active role. And we also discussed that issue last year in September, when we had actually the Leader Women's 14th session and of the parliamentarians from around the world, and some of them are participating today also. And here, I would like to actually quote Mr. Kofi Annan, former General Secretary. Gender equality is not only the goal; it's actually about reducing actually poverty and facilitating sustainable development, and this is a main factor for achieving all of those. So I think it goes perfectly aligned with our goals. Talking about the youth are actually the social, economic, and political capacity of each and every country and source for development. That's why strategy for use of UN underlines that youth are actually the most valuable source of development, which worth of any investment, which can bring a lot of return. I would like to call one statistics. According to statistics, more than 70 million people, young people, do not have permanent jobs. So majority of the already employed people, they are actually in the difficult labor conditions on in informal businesses. In the low income and middle income countries, more than 110 million people, young people live in poverty. So this statistics already shows that we have a lot of tasks to achieve in the future in front of us. So today, a lot of young people in many countries around the world use parliament, play a very important role in achieving development. Here, I would like to also mention the words provided by Mr. Mirzia, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, at the UN General Assembly. Our plan is tomorrow, and prosperity depends on our younger generations' growth and development. So we have to, our main tasks and obligation is to provide all the conditions for our young people to develop and prosper properly. So now I would like to give the floor to my colleague Zilge Klever. Madam Zilge Klever, please, floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. On behalf of OSCE Project Coordinator in Uzbekistan, I'm honored to co-moderate this session, and please allow me some introductory remarks. It is gratifying to note that about 20 legal acts in the field of protection and empowerment of women have been adopted into Uzbekistan. A comprehensive strategy for achieving gender equality for the period up to 2030 has been developed, and a special procedure for gender analysis of all new draft laws has been introduced. Another milestone is that for the first time in the history of Uzbekistan, the results of the parliamentary elections in 2019 were in line with the international recommendations on the number of women in the national parliament. In terms of the number of female PM, the Parliament of Uzbekistan rose to place 37 among 190 national parliaments of the world, while only 5 years earlier, it occupied place 128. This is a remarkable success story. Knowing that many of you here today are here today, I'm immensely proud of this platform of women leaders at the national level of Uzbekistan. And the OSCE Project Coordinator in Uzbekistan and our OSCE institutions are ready to provide Uzbekistan with all necessary support in these efforts to implement the national strategy for achieving gender equality for 2020-2030 and the new country development strategy. Let me highlight some areas of our engagement in strengthening support for gender equality and the empowerment of women. First, we encourage women's entrepreneurship as a catalyst for women's economic empowerment. Our initiatives are helping to increase the access of women entrepreneurs to finance and digital technology. Second, we encourage the active participation of women in leadership and decision-making. We provide capacity building and mentoring programs to support women entering politics and, very important, women in policing. Third, we developed different types of educational programs for women in detention. Fourth, raising capacity among media workers to address discriminatory gender stereotypes and objectification of women, and to promote positive portrayals of women as active drivers of development in the media. I'll stop here. I thank you all, and now we give the floor to our first speaker. Thank you.
Now we have to identify the time limits for each speaker. I guess 5 minutes should be enough. If we're going to have additional time, we will go ahead with a Q&A session, I guess.
Va imkoniyatlarni kengaytirishda milliy parlamentlarning roli juda ham muhim va bu borada O'zbekiston tajribasi haqida bizni O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy Majlis Senati Xotin-qizlar va gender tenglik masalalari qo'mitasida doimiy asosda ishlovchi senator Gulnora Ma'rupovni tanishtirib o'tadilar. Marhamat, Gulnora Mahmudovna, so'z sizga. Rahmat. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, qadrli mehmonlar. Darhaqiqat, xotin-qizlarni ijtimoiy, iqtisodiy, siyosiy jarayonlardagi faolligi, ayniqsa qarorlar qabul qilishdagi to'laqonli ishtiroki jamiyat barqarorligi hamda islohotlar muvaffaqiyatining muhim omilidir. Mazkur yo'nalishda olib borayotgan barcha islohotlarimiz barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlari bilan hamohang bo'lib, ularga erishishning 32 ta gender ko'rsatkichlari qabul qilingan. Avvalo, genderga oid huquqiy poydevor mustahkamlanib, xotin-qizlar va erkinliklar uchun teng huquq hamda imkoniyatlar kafolatlari hamda xotin-qizlarni ta'ziyq va zo'ravonlikdan himoya qilishga oid 2 ta alohida qonun qabul qilinganligi, qabul qilingan barcha hozirgi kundagi har bir normativ huquqiy hujjatlarimiz huquqiy ekspertizadan, gender ekspertizasidan o'tayotganligi va gender audit to'g'risidagi qonunimiz qabul qilganligi, bular mana alohida aytib o'tish kerak. Shuningdek, Senat tomonidan qaror bilan 2030-yilga qadar O'zbekiston Respublikasida gender tenglikka erishish strategiyasi qabul qilinib, 60 dan ziyod maqsadli indikatorlar belgilab berildi. Davlat boshqaruvida xotin-qizlarning faolligini oshirish bo'yicha alohida dastur qabul qilindi. Va mana shu dasturni Davlat boshqaruv akademiyasida har yili bilamiz 100 nafardan qizlarimiz o'qitilib, rahbarlik lavozimiga ham tayyorlanib kelyapti. Bularni ba'zi birlari mana hozirgi kunda lavozimlari o'zgarib, rahbarlik lavozimlarida muvaffaqiyatli faoliyat olib borishyapti. Bu boradagi ishlarimizning amaliy natijalarini raqamlarimiz ham tasdiqlaydi. Agar 2017-yil ulushimiz 27% bo'lgan bo'lsa, mana bugungi kunda esa ularni ulushi hozir 35% ga yetdi.
Therefore, today it is very important to note that the Parliament should take certain actions in order to take a leading role to promote gender equality issues. In particular, nowadays, the lower part of the Parliament, one of the 3 Parliament members are women, and it is very important in the pursuing gender equality issues. We should further take actions in order to prevent.
And it is also important to highlight that we are strengthening our regulatory framework. And the other thing that should be highlighted is that on the 11th of April, 2020, we made specific changes and then amendments to the existing laws to criminalize some types of acts of violence. To make sure that, in line with the new criminal code, any actions that are considered to be violent against women would be persecuted as per law. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Sustainable Development Goals includes a cross-cutting subject, which is gender equality in all areas of life. And in order to achieve gender equality in the fullest meaning of this word, we need to continue sticking to the objective of strengthening the Parliament's role in the implementation of programs for the promotion of equal rights for women, and this is the highest profile objective. Therefore, our today's global forum is a very good platform which enables the discussion of all these issues and help us identify the areas that we should be focusing on and discuss the role that a woman is playing in our society. We need to make sure that women are empowered both politically and economically. And I am confident that the role of our women should be strengthened in the governance and protection of their rights and ensuring gender equality. I wish you all a very strong health. I wish you energy, and I wish that this forum will be a success. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much, Gulram Mahmudovna, for your presentation on Uzbekistan's policy to ensure gender equality. And I always say that Uzbekistan is one of the youngest countries that has a very strong regulatory framework to ensure gender equality. And the fact that we adopted quite a number of documents which are directly or indirectly associated with gender equality showcases Uzbekistan's commitment to this important cause. And you know that in the past we had 30% quota for women in political participation, and we changed it to 40%, and we will be transitioning to the majority principle during elections. And the new law also says that at least 10% of the candidates should be females.
Between parliaments of Uzbekistan and Belarus, we have a very good cooperation and relations, and we within the frame of our business forum, we had the Entrepreneur Women's Forum on the 5th of December of the current year. We are going to hold the next meeting, such a forum in Samarkand. The next speaker it's she is a deputy chairman of the Parliament of Belarus, Valery Belsky. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to call the topic of my speech the first, promoting the gender equality for women. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank OLIY Majlis, the Parliament of Uzbekistan, for providing this opportunity to participate in this forum. I would like to note that this topic of the discussion, I think, especially after our very such a good lunch, will I think will give more ideas to our speakers in order to successfully cover this topic. I do hope that in my speech also you'll find interesting points regarding the promoting gender equality. According to our current legislation, we try to create favorable conditions for all the citizens of the Republic to have the equal rights in order to realize their the potential in order to reach their goals in their life, and each and for Belarus, the government is striving to create decent conditions so all the citizens, for all the citizens, so they can entertain all their rights according to the constitution. And we also provide the patronage during the pregnancy for women, and about 100% the assistance is provided to women pregnant before giving to birth, and also we are providing all the assistance, after the pregnancy, after delivery to women, and for those newborn children, if they have any health-related problems, especially for those newborn children who was born with less weight according to the norms. And today we have very qualified medical personnel who provide quality services. Soon we'll have the Belarusian-Uzbek forum in a healthcare sphere, and this forum is named under the famous Ibn Sina, and we do hope that this forum will be successful and will contribute to our further strengthening the relations and cooperations between Belarus and Uzbekistan. As of today, about the 15% of the families in Belarus, they have the problem with the fertility and today the new legislative initiatives on the obligatory screening of the population in order in early stages to diagnose any health related problems. For this purpose, those persons, depending on their age, can be freed from their working days for 1 or 2 days in order to go through this medical screening. And also children on a frequent basis, they pass through medical examination in order to prevent any possible diseases during their life. And also our women get their maternity leave till their kids reach to 3 years old, and while their job position is kept till they return back to their jobs. And at the same time, the fathers also in the family, they have opportunity also to get a fraternity leave, and also in case of the birth of the second or the third child in the family, the state provides the financial assistance about 2.5 size of the average salary. And regarding preschool education, we about 50 more than 55% of the fees for the kids going to kindergarten covered by the state. And our most kindergartens, they work about 12 hours a day, so then the parents have enough time to get involved in their work. And it is also should be noted that the Belarus also face some problems with the birth rate, with a lowered birth rate. That was partly because some military contacts happening in our region, and also one negative impact was because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And therefore, without peace in the country, and no any country can reach its goals in SDGs or in other strategic goals. And 2 weeks ago, when we participated in the Baku Forum, we also discussed these issues. The level of the education for women also is on the levels close to men. And first of all, there are still some gaps and difference in the sizes of salary between men and women. But of course, it's in most cases related to the specific of the job of the men. And also, it should be noted that 70% of men in the family, they work and they take all the expenses in order to support the family. But of course, we try to create favorable conditions that men and women have the equal rights. And sometimes we are criticized that our women have some limitations in working in some industry spheres, for example, in mining spheres. But we always reiterate that there is no any discrimination in the country. And we, for example, in the Belarus, the pension age for men is 63, and for women is 58. Regarding also based on the number of children, the state also providing the medical insurance to all the children in the family. And in addition, women are also day by day becoming very active in business life of the country and being involved in different types of entrepreneurship. And nowadays we can also mention about the political activity of women in Belarus. Our president always have said that the women electors always supported him, and you know, those writers who wanted to change the political system in the country a few years ago, but they didn't get the women's support actually. And our women, as I noted earlier, becoming very active is business in entrepreneurship. As our speaker mentioned, our women under OLI Majlis of the Uzbekistan, under Ms. Narbayeva's leadership and under Tamila Kachanova's leadership, we held the Uzbek Belarusian Women Forum, which was very successful. And also, nowadays we can observe such so-called activists. They are stressing the issue of the gender equality of some marginal layers of the population, and the disputes regarding some differences in between men and women became the major topic. And also there are some third forces in some countries who wants to to force us to take some the policies which is not which cannot be acceptable by us, by our country's policy. Of course, we don't mind any the marginal groups of the population, but we cannot accept those recommendations and interference into our internal country's policy in order to dictate, to propagate some issues which is not according to our traditions. And these can also impact negatively these kind of issues the country's economic development. Usually, Belarusian woman is our trend. We are always proud of our women, and all world knows our Victoria Azarenka, sportswoman, and others who was a famous players. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Господин Belsky, for your elaboration on the achievements of Belarus in social politics, education, economy, and of course in public health. And the latter, I would say, is most important perhaps for women also here in Uzbekistan. And thank you for illustrating your information with statistics and with data, because this is, as I would presume, especially important also for your partners in Uzbekistan to have a proper databases in order to achieve the SDGs. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Musa Isaoglu-Guliev, Chairman of the Committee of the Milli Majlis of the Republic of Azerbaijan on Labor and Social Policy, as our second speaker from Azerbaijan today. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, госпожа спикер. Уважаемые участники
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, dear foreign participants, dear colleagues. My speech and presentation is on the gender policy of Azerbaijan within the SDGs achievement. First of all, I would like to thank to the leadership of the OLIY Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the hospitality, high level of organization of the work of the second Global Forum of Interparliamentary Cooperation in Achieving the SDGs, as well as for a very fruitful program of this forum. Today's forum, organized at the initiative of the Brotherly Uzbekistan, is considered as an effective platform for the discussion and practical cooperation between the parliaments in achieving SDGs, as well as the strengthening interparliamentary partnership relations. Today in Azerbaijan, there is a wide, successful policy in the area of the gender equality. The conventions of the UN on political rights of women, as well as on the liquidation of all forms of the discrimination towards women, provides international legal base for women's rights in Azerbaijan. Gender equality and widening the rights and opportunities for women is considered to be as a key factors of the sustainable economic development of Azerbaijan in coordination with the accepted national SDGs. Along with the establishment of the parliamentary network and the Youth Council, Azerbaijan is currently working on creation of a women platform for this organization. And this is the acceptance of the big influence of women and young people and their role in the parliamentary work. One of the main goals of the state policy towards the gender equality in Azerbaijan Republic is improvement of the national legal base and acceptance of the legislative normative documents and draft laws related to the gender equality, as well as the approval of the national programs and strategies, approval of the promotion of the culture of the gender equality and gender equality in different areas of the government administration and decision making. In this multi-vectoral area, Milli Majlis of Azerbaijan Republic has approved and ratified fundamental normative documents as UN Convention on eliminating any forms of discrimination towards women in 1995. A special law on the guarantees of the gender equality was approved in 2006, a law on eliminating domestic violence in 2010. In the area of the improvement of the legal normative base, the work is being done for the improvement of the labor rights of the labor migrants, as well as improving the position of women in the labor market, provision of the gender equality in the areas with the highest in the areas with the highest salaries and wages, as well as the consideration of women's rights in alignment with the international standards and provision of the equality in parenthood. Also, there is a targeted reforms aimed at liquidating the difference between the average monthly wages between men and women. It is important to note that a number of the issues that I touched upon, specifically the fact that the wages and salaries of women is not at the acceptable level compared to the wages and salaries of men, is considered to be a continuing issue in many world countries. I would like to give you some examples. Today, women's labor has been discriminated compared to the men's, because in the whole world, the women work has a ratio of 70 US cents towards $1 US. And a lot of informal work, like housework and care after children and family members is not reimbursed and paid to women. The average monthly wage of women is 63% of the 100% of paid to men. And 59% of this is in financial insurance market, 64% in the industry, and 64% in healthcare and social protection, 79% in education. Despite the acceptable level of the women entrepreneurship support, a number of women entrepreneurs is 3.5 times less than men entrepreneurs. It is important to note that a number of the state programs has been accepted where the gender aspects and factors has been included. Among them are the National Action Plan on eliminating domestic violence for the period of 2020-2023, a plan on 2020-2025 on perinatal choice of the baby's sex, and these are very important documents in the area of improvement the state policy towards the gender equality. In conclusion, I would like to say that I would like to thank for this opportunity to present my speech within this forum that provides a lot of opportunities for all member countries. Azerbaijan is ready to continue its work towards improvement of the interparliamentary cooperation at different levels in both bilateral and multilateral formats. Thank you very much for your attention.
Благодарю вас тоже, господин Муса
I
Иса.
would like to also thank you, Mr. Musa Isaoglu, for such an informative report. I think many would agree with me, referring to your speech, that you indicated a multi-sectoral approach towards all 9 goals of the SDGs, and I'm pretty much sure that your proposals will be reflected in the final document of the forum.
Next speaker of our session, I'll be representing the OEC, is the Parliamentary Assembly, and the Special Representative on Central Asia, Madam Farah Karimi. She is connected online, and I would like to say that recently, representatives of Central Asia, including representatives from Uzbekistan, we attended autumn session of OEC in Yerevan, and we met Madam Farah Karimi, and we talked about the issue and the agenda for the next period, and about repatriation and integration of women and children. And specifically, as speaker from Azerbaijan mentioned, we also discussed the discriminations between distortions between the salaries of women and men. So we discussed very good topics. Now, Madam Farah Karimi, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'm really very sorry not to be there and be in person with you. So I hope that the next time that will be possible. But it is nice to see you in this way. Dear distinguished participants, thank you to the Parliament of Uzbekistan and the United Nations Office for organizing this forum as we assess our progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. And it is a true honor for me to be able to speak here today. My contribution will be short, I hope, and will highlight the intersection of gender-specific and youth policies in advancing SDGs, emphasizing OSCE Parliamentary Assembly's initiatives. Inclusive policies are essential for bridging gender and youth gaps in achieving SDGs. Gender inclusivity transcends equality focusing on equity by addressing diverse needs and dismantling systemic barriers that impede women and gender minorities. Their involvement is crucial in realizing all SDGs. Youth engagement, similarly, is not a secondary consideration, but a necessity. Their innovative ideas and perspectives are indispensable for developing sustainable solutions. Effective policies must be intersectional, acknowledging the complex interplay of gender, race, ethnicity, sexuality, and disability. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, encompassing 56 countries, shapes policy through declarations that guide national policies and contribute to global discourse on key issues. Our resolutions have tackled gender and youth issues, such as protecting vulnerable women and girls in conflict zones, integrating gender perspectives in responses to migrants and refugees, advocating for inclusive mediation, and addressing gender-based violence. The gendered impacts of conflicts, especially in the context of Russia's war in Ukraine, have also been a focus. On youth matters, we have championed enhanced engagement, highlighted education's role in countering extremism, tackled discrimination, and emphasized collaborative strategies among OSCE states for youth engagement and peace building. Our efforts include advocating for national action plans on youth, peace, and security. The 2019 Luxembourg Declaration is a prime example of our commitment to integrating gender and youth perspectives, particularly in climate change efforts. Our resolutions are more than policy documents. They set standards for parliaments, promoting knowledge exchange and guiding parliamentarians in addressing pressing challenges. Special Representative Dr. Heidi Fry from Canada leads our gender initiatives with recent reports on gender-inclusive economic recovery post-COVID-19 and violence against women in journalism and politics. Additionally, she initiated an informal gender network within the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. The Special Representative on Youth Engagement role, initially held by myself for 2 years and now by Ms. Monika Zajkova from North Macedonia, focuses on increasing youth participation in decision-making within our Assembly. There are 2 key initiatives that I would like to highlight. First, in 2023, we conducted events related to United Nations Security Council Resolution 2020-50 on youth, peace, and security. This led to the creation of an informal working group among parliamentarians to enhance youth engagement and encourage the Resolution 2020-50's national level implementation. Second, the OSCE PA has established a network of young parliamentarians. This group actively participates in various activities, such as organizing high-level visits, engaging with youth groups, speaking at events, and collaborating on youth policies with governments. A significant project of this network is to enable young people from the region to draft a resolution on international relations, which young parliamentarians will present at our next annual session in Bucharest. This initiative marks the first time a political document fully drafted by young people will be discussed and voted on in our Assembly. Regarding SDG progress and the post-2030 agenda, we have launched a dialogue on future generations within the Parliamentary Assembly. This initiative culminated in the passage of a resolution focused on future generations by the OSCE in Vancouver last July. This resolution, which I sponsored, advocates for the rights of future generations, urging states to prioritize their interests and promote sustainable development while establishing mechanisms for long-term policy assessment. It places special emphasis on the roles of women and youth in shaping our future agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I want to highlight a significant challenge we currently face. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals heavily relies on international cooperation. This cooperation must recognize the urgency of global issues, embrace our interdependencies, and accept a shared responsibility for our world's future. Alarmingly, there has been a rise in authoritarianism and nationalistic and far-right movements globally, threatening this cooperation. This trend is even present in countries traditionally leading in sustainability, democratic values, and human rights, such as the Nordic countries and my own, the Netherlands. Recently, in the Netherlands, an extreme far-right party won the elections, emerging as the largest party. Their agenda, if implemented, could significantly hinder the Netherlands' contribution to international cooperation. And it's not only limited to the Netherlands. This, coupled with their other concerning anti-democratic and discriminatory policies, is a cause for alarm. In this context, fostering international cooperation becomes even more essential. It is the cornerstone for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, bridging gaps, uniting efforts, and fostering a more inclusive and sustainable future for everyone. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly is committed to this mission. Thank you.
Many thanks to Farah Karimi for underlying the necessity of an intersectional approach, for emphasizing that the interdependencies, and also to name the challenges, and that international cooperation is essential if we want to reach the SDGs. And also for emphasizing the role of young parliamentarians and the responsibilities they were prepared to take. And in this respect, I'm very happy to give the floor to Ms. Maria Selaka-Raspudic, Head of the Committee for Gender Equality, member of the Committee for Spatial Planning and Construction in the Croatian Parliament. The floor is yours.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have a PowerPoint, so. Okay. Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and especially the Parliament of the Uzbekistan for not just a warm welcome, but for a very, very warm welcome. Before starting, I remembered a very important sentence of a famous French philosopher, Michel de Montaigne, who said, "Before and after a meal, I'm not the same person." Yes, we are now in a session after a meal, but I hope that we are all going to have enough strength and focus to continue on a very high level until the end of this important discussion. So as you've heard, I come from Croatia. I'm a member of the Croatian Parliament, and I'm a chair of the Committee for Gender Equality. So I would like to share with you now some of the measures Croatia has taken in order to engage more women in politics. That will be the topic of my presentation. And I will, of course, also focus on the challenges we are encountering while trying to impose these measures. Okay, so what do we have? We have quotas, of course, as many other countries. And the most important quota is that we have to have 40 persons of each gender on a list of candidates for the Croatian parliament. And what do we do if somebody doesn't follow this quota? Of course, as in any other state of affairs which involves human beings, we have financial punishments. So if you don't follow these quotas, you have to pay the fine. The problem with this financial punishment is the fact that those parties who are bigger have more money, so they are able to have underrepresentation of women, and they just pay the fine. On the other hand, the smaller parties, if they don't have enough women on their list, they are unable to pay the fine. So this puts different parties in Croatia in an unequal position, considering the amount of money they have. And of course, I think we would all agree, this is not the equality we are aiming for. The second kind of positive measure we are imposing is to give more money for female representatives in the parliament. So when you have a female representative in the parliament, for example, as me, then you get 10% money more for her representation than for male representatives. This is due to the fact that we still have less women than men in the Croatian parliament. Now we are somewhere between 1/3 and 1/4 of female representatives in the Croatian parliament. And of course, we are aiming at having at least 40% of women that are presented in Croatian parliament. The thing that I'm working on is, of course, Gender Equality Committee. And Gender Equality Committee is probably, as most of the Gender Equality Committee, working on several levels. Of course, one of the most important things Gender Equality Committee is working with different NGOs in order to promote gender equality and to raise awareness on female rights. But there are also special challenges Gender Equality Committee is focusing on, and since we don't have much time, I would like to speak with you more about the challenges that we are focusing on right now in order to have real gender equality in Croatia, because of course all of our countries are different due to our different cultural heritage. And speaking about Croatia, I would say that we are somewhere in the middle. So we had war in 1990s, and gender equality and even Gender Equality Committee is more or less newer thing to us, which was established after the war. We are members of European Union for 10 years now, so we are focusing on the same politics as rest of the European Union, and one of the aims of European Union is, of course, promoting gender equality. But when it comes to real gender equality, not just in theory, but also in practice, of course, the situation is not that brilliant. And therefore, I would like to speak to you in this couple of more minutes I have left, since I know that we have many more speakers behind, about the specific challenges that we are facing now in the Gender Equality Committee. So what is the problem? For example, I'm a mother of two very young children. So one is 1 year, another one is 4 years. So I gave birth to my second one during my mandate, so as a member of the Croatian parliament. And I didn't take a maternal leave. Why didn't I take a maternal leave? As any mother, of course, I would be the happiest to be at home with my child. But in Croatia, we don't have a specific legislation which enables women to stay at home and be with the child when they are a member of the parliament, unlike in any other job. So if you work in Croatia in any other industry, you are able to take from obligatory half of the year up to 1 year to stay at home with your child. But when you are a member of the parliament, there is no specific law which is focused on your maternal leave and on female rights regarding that issue. So that means that in practice, you can stay at home, and I did stay for a while, but for a very short while. But then your party is underrepresented in the parliament. So they don't have somebody who will change you. So they are always missing a vote, missing a voice, and therefore they are put in an awkward position. So as a woman, you always have to choose between staying at home with your child and being a representative of your citizens, which is the thing they chose you to do. That is, of course, not the thing that we want to promote, especially because we want young and engaged women who will become a part of political life as well. Therefore, now I'm working on a regulation to suggest a change, which is already present in some countries, to be able to have maternity leave during your mandate in the parliament and to be able to be replaced by another person while you are on that maternal leave. Another problem is, of course, to reorganize the parliament to be more suitable for mothers in general. And the third problem is, I guess most of the parliaments have this problem as well. We have a committee for gender equality. This committee, as its name says, is focused on gender or sex. But we always have a different type of inequality. We have underrepresentation of men. For example, in Croatian parliament, in this committee, we have 11 members and only one is man. And this man came out of a joke. He thought it would be funny if he would be a member of that committee. So men mainly are not interested in participating in gender equality committee. So we have a type of a closed circle. We have women speaking with women about mainly women's rights. Of course, in order to raise this issue on a more broad level, we should change these circumstances. So the real question and a challenge coming to this issue is, should we, as we have quotas, also impose a rule to have more men on the committee, since this committee is focused on gender or sex equality, so that we have at least 40% of men as members of this committee. Of course, at the beginning, it seems as something which is obligatory, but further in the future, I think, or I hope, this would become an everyday thing, and the quotas, as quotas everywhere else, will become unnecessary. Therefore, when speaking about women and engaging women in politics, engaging more women in politics, but enabling them still to be mothers if they want to be mothers. So not like being in a position that they have to choose between different roles in their life, but enabling them to be fruitful in any role they choose to have during their life. In Croatia, we are still struggling with having real gender equality. In theory, we have many very progressive laws and very progressive measures since we are members of European Union. But in practice, as I said, being a mother and being a member of the parliament, being an active politician, right now it's incompatible. I hope it will change. And if we really want gender equality, in future, hopefully, it won't be what it often is, a fight between men and women, or as famous German philosopher apologizes, I'm a philosopher by vocation, so it often comes to me to speak on philosophers. So often these days, and this is the thing that I will conclude with, we are in a situation that female rights are some kind of antithesis in Hegel's words. So we have thesis, we had a man's world, then we have antithesis, now we have female rights and quotas and all this type of positive discrimination in order to have more equal world. But in future, maybe even through quotas to challenge men to be more present in gender equality committees, the question is and remains, maybe it will be opened in the discussion, what is the right measure? We will have a synthesis. So in the world in which we have not just thesis and then antithesis, in which we have synthesis, it will no longer be a fight between men and women, but it will be a real creation of an equal world in which men and women will work together in creating just opportunities for everybody. Thank you very much. And I hope we will have time to go more detail in the discussion. Yeah.
Maria Selak-Hanım, sizge judayam qiziqarli va
Thank you so much, Madam Maria, for a very interesting and informative presentation. And indeed, as we saw, as far as gender equality is concerned, Croatia has very specific features that emphasize freedom, social justice, rule of law, and these are some of the main values in the Croatian internal policy. And also the idea that you promoted that men too should be active in addressing issues of gender inequality. Thank you so much for your ideas. Now I'd like to give the floor to the specialist from Catalonia.
Thank you very much. Well, I would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan and the Senate and the Legislative Chamber for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here today to explain the experience of the Parliament of Catalonia with our Gender Equality Action Plan. I'm here representing the Parliament of Catalonia today in my capacity as a Gender Equality Officer. For the ones who are not familiar with the region, Catalonia is located in Spain, and it's a region with legislative powers, and therefore we have a parliament that is based in Barcelona. A while ago, at the end of 2018, the parliament started a procedure in order to elaborate and adopt a gender equality action plan in order to foster gender equality within the chamber. The parliament established a gender equality working group with representatives from both the political side and the administration, and ensuring also from the political side that there was a representation of all the political groups in the parliament. The gender equality working group also decided to hire some external consultants in order to have technical support in this procedure. So the first step was to develop an assessment previous to the gender equality plan to assess what was the state of play in terms of gender equality. Sorry, I have slides, but I don't know. It's all right. It's fine. So before starting drafting the gender equality plan, we draft an assessment on the state of play on gender equality. And we follow the methodology of the European Institute on Gender Equality. Also, we use some indicators from the Interparliamentary Union and the Catalan government's methodology. And as a result, the Parliament adopted a gender equality plan for the period of 2020-2023, 4 years, with 84 actions that was structured in 6 areas. And we established concrete timeline. We defined the team responsible, the target group, and also indicators in order to monitor its execution. So in terms of the areas that were covered, we covered like the first 5 areas were the same ones as in the assessment, and the ones that come from the AGES methodology, the Institute on Gender Equality methodology. These are equality of access, equality in influence, prominence of the gender perspective in parliamentary activity, delivering legislation with a gender perspective, and gender equality in the symbolic function of the parliament. In the gender equality plan, we added a 6th area that covered the implementation and monitoring of the gender equality plan. I would like also to stress a few of the achievements that we managed to implement during these years. First, we managed to reform the law in order to establish an obligation for political parties to adopt a gender action plan and protocols against gender-based violence. The Parliament also adopted a protocol against sexual harassment on the grounds of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. This protocol is quite unique as it covers not only the staff, but also the MPs and all the collectives that are represented in the Parliament, for example, journalists and external contractors. We managed to achieve gender parity on all the parliamentary bodies. For example, this term we started with a 40% representation of women in the plenary and a 50%, 50% women in the Bureau of the Parliament. Also, the Parliament adopted a menstruation and a menopause leave for the staff, which is important to give visibility of the women's body cycles, and also to provide working conditions that adapt to women's needs and to all menstruating persons. The Parliament also created an equality office to provide technical support for the implementation of the plan. We adopted a guide to implement gender mainstreaming in the parliamentary work, specifically in the legislative aspects, and also we provided training in order to do so. The Parliament recently established a gender mainstreaming network. This is an example. This is inspired by the Gender Mainstreaming Network in the European Parliament, and this network is composed by the chairs of all the legislative committees in the Parliament, and their role is to push for actions in order to ensure that the legislation is gender responsive. We also have a protocol on femicides, which is translated into, among other actions, the organization of a minute of silence in front of the Parliament in every plenary session after a femicide has occurred in Catalonia. In the symbolic aspect of the Parliament, also we reformed the toilets to include individual sinks for the use of menstrual cups, and also to include non-binary toilets, and we added more baby changing units, especially in the parliamentary groups area. And recently we had the second edition of the Women's Parliament, which is an event that brings together women MPs and activists to elaborate a joint declaration in the field of women's rights. This year, for example, we focus on gender-based violence. So what I can say about the experience of these years is that we faced some challenges, but also we have the chance to learn from them for the new gender action plan that we are going to develop now. One of the issues that we realize is that we establish goals, but with no clear and concrete specific targets, so these will be fixed. We face some institutional resistance, for example, in terms of lack of awareness of the plan, so we will have to improve our communication plan. There was a lack of expertise as well in order to implement the actions. So we are organizing more and more trainings. There was a lack of ownership, and this will be solved by also including from the administration side representatives of each department of the administration. We face issues with resources, also with the overlap of decision-making bodies, because the plan was adopted by the Bureau, but then some of the actions have to be adopted by committees or the plenary, and the majorities and the decision-making procedures are different there. So this is all. Thank you very much for the attention. If you like to know more about it, the plan is available in English on the internet. If you Google Gender Equality Plan plus Parliament of Catalonia, you can quickly find it. I will send it to the organizers as well. So if you cannot find it, you can quickly ask for it. I'll give you also I left my contact details also in case you want to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helena. Thank you especially for showing us that sometimes we can't have a one-fits-all approach, and that in a country like Spain, you could look for regional solutions, which is an important message, I would say, for many countries. And also, thank you for being so open and mentioning the challenges and the institutional resistance, because we should not be mistaken. Sometimes gender empowerment can be an uphill battle, and alas, you cannot expect quick fixes. Thank you for this. And there is a lot to learn, I think, from the concrete examples you mentioned. I'd now like to give the floor to Mrs. Rachel Weston-Eschenbecher, Regional Policy Specialist on Political Participation and Governance at UN Women Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. Thank you for making this long journey to be with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Let me begin by thanking first the OLIY Majlis of Uzbekistan for bringing us here today. I'm delighted to be here with you. I also would like to thank the many here for your tireless efforts and actions to support women's leadership and end the different forms of discrimination that they experience. This work, by its very nature, it transcends national boundaries. Allow me to begin by recognizing also and acknowledging women leaders, women political leaders, and civil society as political game changers for gender equality and women's empowerment, and for pushing implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was endorsed by government leaders at the United Nations Summit in September of 2015. A set of 17 sustainable development goals and 169 actionable targets lies at the core of this ambitious agenda. The SDGs are intended to focus and coordinate national policies towards a common vision for humanity. They aspire to realize the human rights of all and achieve gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. While the SDGs are not legally binding, governments have assumed a moral commitment to implement them to the best of their capacities and in accordance with national priorities. International organizations, national parliaments, and hundreds of parliamentarians played a very active role throughout the process of developing the SDGs and advocated particularly strongly for the inclusion of goals related to democratic governance and gender equality. The 2021 SDG snapshot includes an SDG 5 tracker on gender equality, which sounds the alarm that we're in real danger of failing women and not meeting critical targets. Now in 2023, with only 7 years remaining, a mere 15.4% of Goal 5 on gender equality, these indicators with data are what we call on track. 61.5% are at a moderate distance and 23.1% are far or very off track of the 2030 targets. Data collected in 2022 from 119 countries reveal ongoing challenges for women in accessing their full human rights due to discriminatory laws and gaps in legal protections. An astonishing 55% of countries lack laws that explicitly prohibit direct and indirect discrimination against women. 60% lack laws that define rape based on the principle of consent. Another 45% do not mandate equal remuneration for work of equal value, while more than a third of countries fail to provide maternity leave in accordance with International Labor Organization standards. In terms of marriage and family, nearly a quarter of countries do not grant equal rights in marriage and divorce, and close to 3/4 fail to establish 18 years as a minimum age of marriage for both women and men, without exceptions. In many areas, we see that progress has been too slow. At the current rate, it will take an estimated 286 years to close these gaps in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws. Despite the abysmal sounding numbers of years estimated to take to achieve these indicators for gender equality, if the current rate continues, there is hope. And some of that hope comes from establishing political will in parliaments and by parliamentarians to take action, to speed up these timelines and make achieving the SDGs, including on gender equality, possible. And possible not in 286 years, impossible not in our lifetimes, but possible soon. Let's make 2030 that year that we have committed to. We know that gender equality cannot be achieved unless public life and decision-making reflects women and girls in all of their diversity. Women's equal political participation and representation is the key to unlocking the transformational change we need to achieve a sustainable future. Women's participation in political processes, it improves them. More inclusive decisions are made, different voices are heard, and different solutions are created. Women's equal political participation and representation is also logical. Having more women in policymaking leads to better outcomes for everyone. Issues like health, education, childcare, infrastructure, ending violence against women, and overall quality of life concerns get paid greater attention. Governments function better, corruption lowers, and peace processes improve. Girls aspire to higher education and career paths by seeing women in leadership roles. We can go further to promote women's role in public life and gender-sensitive institutions, and by now, we know how to do it. We must build the political will. We need political will behind the efforts to achieve gender balance in parliaments backed by the institutional obligations that reinforce it. These institutional obligations include declare commitments to gender equality, like having a parity cabinet, zero tolerance policies for violence and harassment, elimination of discriminatory laws. Supporting women's leadership and engagement in public life is a critical accelerator for sustainable development and peace. We know that societies ultimately are more stable if women are politically and economically empowered. But we still need reforms. We need gender-responsive institutional reforms to include things such as taking measures to achieve gender balance in leadership positions, use of gender mainstreaming strategies, including gender-responsive budgeting. We need to ensure that the perspectives of all women and girls are taken into account and that women fully and equitably participate in the design of policies and activities that affect their lives and are fully, safely, and actively able to participate in decision-making processes. We need to strengthen institutions to promote gender equality and empowerment. We need to ensure equal access to justice and public services and a safe, inclusive work environment. To achieve the SDGs, we also need to end violence against women in politics and in parliaments. Violence against women in political life is any act or threat of gender-based violence which results in physical, sexual, psychological harm or suffering to women that prevents them from exercising and realizing their political rights. It's characterized by the use and abuse of power and control over women to silence them from their engagement in democratic processes and democratic institutions. We can think of some of the women who have been targeted by it. Jo Cox, a British member of parliament who was murdered in 2016 after being shot and stabbed multiple times when she'd been due to hold a constituency meeting. Kyrgyzstan's former deputy speaker of parliament, Aida Kasmieleva, who spoke out saying, I quote, "In these past few days, I have found myself left alone in confronting representatives of organized crime groups. They threatened to beat and rape me." This violence against women politicians and women in public life it presents an impediment to women's political participation, and it weakens democratic institutions' credibility and legitimacy. To end violence against women in parliaments, violence against women in politics, parliaments specifically can pass new laws and scrutinize existing ones. They can create complaint mechanisms and response controls. They can establish and enforce sanctions, codes of conduct, policies and rules, and collect data, among other things. Gender-sensitive parliaments highlight the substantive contribution that women can make in these institutions. A gender-sensitive parliament is an institution where women have space and where they can use that space in the best way possible. It's the creation of an enabling, inclusive environment where women have the power and necessary support to make the difference, and women's needs and concerns are incorporated into all areas of policy and lawmaking. A gender-sensitive parliament is one with the true potential to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you so much again for having UN Women as part of the event today. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Rachel Weston xonim sizni juda ham
Madam Rachel Weston, I would like to thank you for your very interesting speech and a very detailed analytical presentation you have provided. I would like to thank you. As you rightly pointed out, time is being changing, time changes and the time flies, and your analytical solutions you have provided one more time shows that we have to take it very seriously. Specifically, investment is needed for the education is will be supported by everyone in this auditorium. Thank you very much. Finally, we actually giving the floor to the final speaker of the this session. Yulia Nitesa, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Good afternoon. I'm very glad to be present today here on behalf of the ODHR OEC. I would like to thank OLIY Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan Parliamentary Commission on the monitoring of the realization of the national SDGs, as well as all co-organizers in the face of the specialized agencies of the UN and other organizations that helped together us today. I have slides which I will be referring to. So, dear colleagues, I would like to remind you that I'm representing OEC, within which we have a bit different approach towards the coordination. We use the OEC responsibilities that are taken by the member countries. It does not mean that we do not use SDGs, but we love them, we follow them, and despite they do not that they do not go in full line according to the numbering, but from the content perspective, they are very much aligned. So I will be addressing the SDG 5, the participation of women and gender equality. I would like to talk a bit about the representation of women in the OEC parliaments. Beginning the Beijing conference in 1995, we can see a good progress that's done. The average percentage across the countries has increased almost 3 times. In 1995, the percentage of women represented in the parliaments of the OEC was 11. Today it is 31%. Of course, it is an average number similar to the temperature that we are experiencing outside. So we have certain countries where we have 16% of the representation, and in some other countries we have where it is higher than 30%. And in Uzbekistan, it is 32%, with which I congratulate you, and you have a special quota at both of the chambers. 30 countries out of 57 countries of the OEC has achieved the 30%, and 13 has achieved 40%, that is assigned by the European Council. So 40% is usually aligned with the gender parity at the OEC. Among the OEC, there is a small country, Andorra, where the 50% of the parliamentarians are women, according to the recent elections. The basic mathematical calculation shows that with the current growth, we will be able to achieve the gender parity by 2130. So it shows that there is a progress, but it's not quick enough. So we still have women who are facing discrimination, stereotyping, do not have opportunities, professional opportunities, and political support. Especially difficult for those women who are representing historically minority groups, ethnic groups, women with disabilities, young women. And of course, within our work at the OEC, we are paying great attention to these minority groups. I would skip one slide due to the time limit. What at the ODHR OEC we are providing as a solution? First of all, we are promoting the positive measures like social lifts, gender quotas. They call it differently across the countries, but there is no consensus among the parliamentarians on the gender quota. There are certain advantages and disadvantages. There are certain women who do not accept the gender quota. Some do accept, but it is impossible to acknowledge that the widening of the gender quotas, especially voluntarily across the political parties, will improve the women's standing. It does not mean, colleagues, that we are the parliaments where the 50% of parliamentarians are women is already gender parity. It just means that one of the sexes is better represented. And what should be done in order to transform the political and institutions is to conduct the reforms at the parliamentarian level and at the level of the political parties. Here we conduct the gender audits. We look on how works at the parliaments across the three functions: the representation, legislative, and monitoring. How the gender equity is considered within this work. The gender equality does not mean that men and women should have equal rights, but that they have different needs. The realization of this right should be different. And gender responsive parliament is a parliament that understands this difference, where the needs are different, and modifies its policies, its laws, so that both men and women, female and male, have the same rights. Third solution is the support of the civil society. In our work, there is not a single country where the women NGOs did not play a key role. We do recommend to all the parliaments to formalize, improve, regularize the relationships with the civil society, who can place a bridge between the government entities and our population, and of course do their best in financing such NGOs. And so these three solutions are provided from the ODHR OEC. I would like to give you some examples so you can see some publications. The participatory gender audits of parliaments, which we developed, and I would like to propose it to the OLIY Majlis, propose our services and consultations, especially in the context that Republic of Uzbekistan in the December 2022 has introduced amendments into the laws on gender and made gender audits mandatory for all government organizations. And since the three labor unions are the key in promoting this work, we'll be happy to work with the union and conduct the gender audit together. Yes, and this is showcased on the slide. This is our methodology. This year we've conducted gender audit of the Jokorgo Kenyash Parliament of Kyrgyzstan, Slovenia. Next year we are planning to do that for Albania, Portugal, and Czech Republic, so that you can better understand our geographical coverage. If you can see a small screenshot of our website, it is our online instrument for the political parties that can be used by any political party in English and Russian languages, where you can input certain information and receive a certain evaluation in a text format and a digital format on the recommendations, a so-called instrument toolkit for the self-evaluation. There, you can use it from any part of the world. Of course, some disadvantages that we do not have certain verification for this, but we also do the gender audit of the political parties. We use this instrument as an important factor. In Denmark, we are working with a number of political parties, as well as in Serbia. And the latest publication, you can see they're all similar color. And we've made a decision that all of these publications will be in the same color. And the second one is addresses the violence against women in parliaments and political parties. Colleagues, today's event is conducted under the framework of the 16th Day Against Violence, and of course ODHR cannot stay aside. We've developed a special unique guideline publication that will help and support the parliaments in eliminating this barrier. Dear colleagues, our colleagues, women, for example, the president of Slovakia refused to participate in elections due to the violence that she experienced. And this is violence differs between men and women. It's only usually related to the fact that they are women. It is always very highly sexualized. They receive threats on the violence, discrimination towards themselves, their families, and children. And here I would like to give a proposal to the OLIY Majlis and say that we'll be very happy to come and conduct a separate event on raising awareness on what is happening across the region, what are the best practices that you can review and implement in your country. And colleagues, I would like to say that at the international arena, there is an approach that if there is a certain violence case, and it's not dealt within the institution, then it is considered as institutional violence. Therefore, it is very important that every government and state develops a special protocol code on how they will be dealing with the harassment cases, bullying, violence at the workplaces, and we would be very glad to work on this with you. And the last slide, as we've been talking about the youth rights, I would like to share the results of our latest research on the index of the progress of youth in 2023 in the region of OSCE. Here we use the publicly open information and data. So it is based upon the information provided by the young people in the OSCE region. It's not specifically in Uzbekistan, but in the OSCE region with the 57 countries. And here we can see that there is a certain progress on the women with high education, and it's been increasing. And also the number of the young parliamentarians has been increasing as well. However, in certain countries like Balkan countries, we have a situation where a number of the men in education is decreasing, and thus the situation in the future will be changing. Still, we have the discrimination of minorities, the freedom of speech, political rights. Young people are expressing their concerns on this. And here, it's not a static data. We do divide countries across different categories depending on their economic development, and the most of the stagnation is happening in the United Kingdom due to the high level of the inequality there. I would like to say that Uzbekistan in its category with the economic standing has improved its rating, and it shows, and it is an example that you do not need to be a very developed, very rich country to take care of your young people. Therefore, we wish to Uzbekistan to continue improving its economic standing, but it also provides us a lot of hope, both Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan in this regards. And here I would like to finalize my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Teşekkürler.
Thank you, Yulia Netesova, for giving us also a bit of a historical perspective and mentioning Beijing almost 30 years ago. And yes, we've come a long way, but you also, and this is also a matter of giving us perspective, mentioned our achievements and challenges on your last slide. So as I already mentioned in connection with Helena's input, we have a long way to go, and OSCE is providing practical support and assistance, not only with regards to gender audits. I would now like to give the floor to Malika Kadirkhanova, because we should close this second session, and yeah, thank you.
İkinci panel sessiya barcha ishtirokchilarga minnatdorchilik bildiramiz.
I would like to thank all the participants of the second panel session, and we are lagging a little bit behind. And if you have questions, please feel free to send them over to us in writing. I would also like to thank my co-moderator, Madam Sirka, and with your permission, I'd like to give the floor to the moderators of the third session, Mr. Akmal Saidov and Mr. Yuyu. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum muhtaram.
Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished guests, distinguished participants of the Second Global Forum on Strengthening the Role of the Parliaments and Interparliamentary Cooperation and the Achievement of SDGs. Well, I would like to request all the presenters not to dwell too much on the publications that you have. So this is an international forum, therefore I'd like to request all the presenters to be very specific It is not to, boast what we've done here. So we have only 5 minutes for each presentation. Now, the presentations should not be 15 minutes long. Therefore, please make sure to stick to the time frame that we have. So we agreed with Mr. Yu that I will not comment on the presentations that we will hear, so we will not have to wrap up, and I will only give very brief comments at the end. So now, let us give the floor to the first presenter of session 3. It is Mr. Shuhrat Bafayev, and then I will also give the floor to Mr. Yu, who will introduce to you our online speakers, and we'll have Shuhrat Bafayev and my friend Aslan. So the first speaker is Shuhrat Bafayev, who is a representative of the Legislative Chamber of the Uzbek Parliament. You have 5 minutes, sir. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. And given the limitations and the time, I would like to only stop at the key issues here.
Our conference participants, I would like shortly to present to you the main subject about that all the citizens, they should entertain all their rights and actively participate in all the matters of the state, and all the political decisions should be made with the participation of the society. I would like to inform you that in the new edition of the Constitution, there is we included the notion, the institution of the civil societies, and in the new edition it says that the NGOs and the organizations of civil societies, they comprise a basis for civil society, and it tells us that the development of the democratic society is a key component of development of the country, because the civil society is a driving force for economic and social development of the country. Therefore, Uzbekistan, being a democratic country, is very interested that the civil society organizations actively participate in terms of the protection democratic values, and the General Secretary of the UN, Mr. Antonio Guterres, said in his speech that the democracy the civil society is an oxygen for civil society, and therefore we know that with the assistance of the state, we form the civil society, and in this term, we consider the civil society as our partners in implementing the reforms in the country, including we also in the context of implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. As it was mentioned earlier, in terms of the implementing SDGs, we have a parliamentary commission, and one of the task of this commission is a joint work of the government and parliament in the realization of the sustainable development of the country, and we have the roadmap set up for this, which includes the active involvement of the civil society in order to realize sustainable development goals, including preparation of alternative reports. I would like to inform you that in our country, we have NGO. It is called Center for Sustainable Development, and for the first time they prepared the alternative report on the increasing awareness of the society about the sustainable development through the active involvement of the civil society organizations. In this term, we have a close partnership between the state organization and the government and the civil society organizations. And the government adopted the new decree, which stipulates the active participation of the civil society in terms of implementation of sustainable development goals. And summarizing all this, I can reiterate that we prepared all preconditions for social democratic development of the country. But I think I should inform you that in our country we adopted national strategy in terms of the human rights protection. In the context of the implementing a national strategy, we set up one more parliamentary commission on monitoring on the following by Uzbekistan international obligations in the field of protection of human rights. And therefore I can put a parallel between the reaching the sustainable development goal and the active work in the following protection of the human rights. Therefore, with the aim of further strengthening a partnership between the parliaments and between the civil societies, I have a proposal. First of all, in the legislative basis, first of all, to amend some laws of Uzbekistan in terms of the sustainable development in order to clarify regarding what aims of sustainable goals we should adopt some amendments to existing laws. And in terms of parliamentary control and legalize the hearings of the committees by parliament with the participation of civil society organization, do the constant monitoring of the aims and targets of sustainable goals, what we are implementing, and both committees of both the parliament chambers for the next year to direct in order to request their conclusions on the planned budget for sustainable development goals, and also have the parliament hearings on the implementation of the sustainable development goals, and also working closely with related state bodies and with the active involvement of the organization of civil societies. And regarding social partnership and also to involve them actively in the monitoring of the implementation of sustainable goals, which will serve for the realization of the SDGs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. But you still spoke for 6.5 minutes. Now, I'd like to request other presenters to speak 5 minutes sharp. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Asman Misti. Please, sir.
Sürdürülebilir Kalkınma Programı'nın 2030 hedefi başta toplumdaki en savunmasızlar olmak üzere.
Mr. Akmal Saidov, distinguished participants of this forum, thank you so much for this opportunity to participate in this forum. I would like to highlight that, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, I was not able to participate during the first forum. And now I would like to highlight some of the results that our country achieved in the area of poverty reduction, and in terms of the measures that the government is and the society is taking, really significant. Today we see how international conflicts such as Israeli-Palestinian conflict are bringing a lot of suffering to people, especially vulnerable populations. And certainly we see that the implementation of all the United Nations resolution would create an enabling environment for us to be more prepared for the achievement of sustainable development goals. Today we also see, discussing the issues of around Sustainable Development Goals. And taking into account today the existing problems in agriculture and the environment that we should address, as well as the concept of transition to green economy, as well as transition to more active use of digital technologies, and given the importance of paying more attention to food security and given the earlier agreements on humanitarian delivery of aid through Black Sea, which face certain difficulties caused by the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. And this may also influence on the delivery of food products. And today we should also take into account that around 15% of 8 billion population are struggling with hunger. And certainly we need to develop even more inclusive approach to the attainment of SDGs and the global problems that we are facing today. And in order to transition to green economy, we need to develop our modern technologies, and we should also be less dependent on fossil fuels and try to use more renewable energies. Therefore, today, I would also like to thank the organizers of this forum. Thank you so much, sir. You finished your presentation on 5, but in 4 minutes, and just as put by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov, briefness is the sister of talent. Therefore, now I give the floor to Mr. Yu. Please, sir.
Thank you, Professor Saidov. Let me introduce you to our next speaker, Ms. Tatiana Mazarsky, who is the chairperson of the Interparliamentary Friendship Group, Israel-Uzbekistan, and member of the Knesset, who will be connected remotely. I hope it's already connected. The floor is yours.
I'm here. Добрый день. Разрешите представиться на русском языке.
Good afternoon. Let me introduce myself in Russian and my presentation also in Russian. Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for providing such opportunity to participate in this global forum organized by OLIY Majlis of Uzbekistan. I've been cooperating with deputies of the parliament for the past several years, and I'm very glad that we have such a good relations and cooperation with the parliament. And today, I would like to continue the topic of the forum and about the further developing the sustainable development for Israel. For example, it's not a luxury for us, but it's to get more well favorable condition for our population, and it's one of the reasons why Israel paying attention for the sustainable development and SDG goals of the UN, and taking into account the importance of how the UN paying attention, the involvement of the NGOs in in these matters, the Israel government, as of 2019, they consider NGOs and organization of civil societies as partners in the process of the realization of SDGs. And in my short presentation, I would like to give you examples in the activity of the civil society organizations in terms of implementation of SDG number 4 in education sphere. In Israel, we have a such term, Kehila, which is called community, and the civil society has a big influence into all the spheres of life in general, and there is a correlation between the activity of such communities and between the level of the national well-being. And these local communities are such communities based on the civil initiative and its basis, the organizational structure, which by themselves, the citizens are responsible for those issues in which they are involved, and they use different tools in order to reach their targets, and they based on their values of the citizens in each community, and they are based on the regional, ideological, and professional and religion or social basis. And the objective of these communities to provide to citizens such conditions in which they have a need. And with the expansion of the activity of those communities, we have more opportunities. There are the such organization called Amutan. As our experience showed, the civil society organizations, they are actively involved in those areas where the state involvement is very low, and therefore our citizen can always choose between the state services or services provided by the other private organizations. I can explain you that the INSA system of education, when they open the private school, the teaching in the school is based on different educational concepts, and the parents can choose the school for their kids based on their own views. And there are different network of schools, including for providing religious education, and it can be done through a special mechanism of supporting civil initiatives, and the government is setting up minimal requirements for curriculum of those educational facilities, institutions, and just to follow the standards and to follow the government rules. And also the government, they have the right to develop those services which cannot be developed by other private organizations, and which should not impact negatively the communities. Regarding financial support of those organizations, it is done through Core. It is called the grant. It's a targeted grant provided to the private sector of the citizens on agreed activities, with the condition that they provide reporting after the completion of their tasks. And during even the war conflicts, we of course the state takes obligation to provide certain services, taken into account emergency situations. Sometimes they lack some staff in the state, the bodies providing some services. Therefore, sometimes there is a lackage of these services, and therefore during the time like we have now, and some activities, some services are very important in this term. For example, in the service of providing first aid to the citizens, and during the evacuation of citizens, we have 250,000 people not living in their houses because of the current problems, and they need the psychological support. Also, educational institutions, they open the so-called field classes where they teach different disciplines to kids, and it is important to organize such events for kids who are far from their houses and towns, and in these activities mainly volunteers are involved, and the state is adapting to provide the financial protection, taking into account new realities, and the Knesset deputies, it's our parliament, they take a control over those organizations. They organize hearings, and they invite the civil society organizations in order to discuss problematic issues, and they can raise any issues during those hearings where the state cannot take a decision on some certain matter, and therefore the deputies can directly, always they directly communicate with their electors in order to tackle their problems and find timely solutions. And in order that the citizen do not wait for a long time for the state bodies to take decisions on their matters. And sometimes there are such situations that there are some legislative limitations in that. In those cases, the ministries or deputies, they propose a draft the law or regulation in order to eradicate such a bureaucratic, the obstacles. And the initiative from the civil society organization are very important, and they are needed, and therefore parliament deputies they can fully support the problems of our civil societies, and therefore the united civil society, they can always support the peace in any situation. In the conclusion, I would like to note that in Israel, we highly evaluate the work which you do in Uzbekistan in realization SDG goals, and I think we can support our joint efforts working through our parliaments and having parliamentary cooperation in order to support different innovations for the favor of people. Thank you for your attention, and thank you once again.
For sharing such great example to deliver quality services through partnership with the civil society organizations. Let's move on to our next speaker, who is also from online, Ms. Aleida Ferreira, who is the global lead democratic institutions and processes in a digital era, who is from the United Nations Development Program. Ms. Ferreira, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have a presentation in case wants to be shown. Thank you to the Senate of the OLIY of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the invitation. I will be brief, as we have been indicated. As has been said earlier today, the SDGs are in deep peril. The agenda is a wonderful example of a promise of the rights of well-being for everyone, for a thriving planet, for eliminating poverty, gender equality, we have heard earlier. However, is not advancing at the level that we have expected. And for that, strengthening governance systems will be key for accelerating progress. Governance systems around the world are under immense strains as they scramble to respond to multiple crises and against a backdrop of increasing global uncertainty. In that sense, these governance systems must adapt and respond to rapid changes in our societies while putting the rights and needs of people at the center. Parliaments, in that respect, have a very important role in advancing this agenda. They are a key actor in drafting legislation needed for the SDGs into national legislation. They are overseeing the implementation of the government of the SDGs, as well approving and overseeing the budget that it needs. The parliaments are also key for ensuring that marginalized groups' needs and views are represented in SDG legislation. Yet around the world, we see that still involvement of parliaments on SDGs is still lacking, with a very good exceptions that we have heard here, but still much to be done. And one of the things that we are seeing globally is that when parliaments have proper SDG coordination structures, committees or caucuses are doing much better in their legislation, their oversight roles, even though in many countries we see that these structures are lacking authority and resources. So much needs to be done in that respect. In a few parliaments are working very proactively, monitoring the SDGs and working across borders with other parliaments to share best practices, as many of you have done today. Overall, parliamentary engagement in government-led voluntary national reviews remain weak, though a growing number of parliaments are providing inputs in the review and showing a very important leadership. The Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement on climate change call for deep transformation in every country that requires complementary actions by government, parliament, civil society, science, private sector. Yet stakeholders lack a shared understanding of how those 17 SDGs can be operationalized. These transformations are linked with priority investments, regulatory challenges, calling for action by well-defined parts of the government, working with business and civil society. How can parliaments navigate the complexity, bringing their political commitment to the table for enabling the 2030 agenda and the operationalization of the SDGs? For this, public engagement in the work of Parliament for the SDGs is key. Countless of civil society organizations all over the world are participating in monitoring the implementation of the SDGs through their diverse roles, priorities, and experiences. Parliaments, through the constitutional mandate, play an integral role in realizing the 2030 agenda, representing the interests of citizens and localizing the implementation of the SDGs through deliberate efforts to ensure action at the subnational level. Operationalizing the same sphere of national and international development and the viewpoints of the spectrum of the political process, legislatures and civil society play complementary roles and can potentially facilitate and support each other in working towards the achievement of the 2030 agenda. For example, parliaments can benefit from the interaction with civil society by filling information, expertise, or skill gaps, providing access to the voices of citizens and facilitating feedback loops, supporting MPs' agendas and priorities, and supporting Parliament's oversight activities. Other opportunities for civil society engagement with parliaments on the SDGs are feeding in expert knowledge, collecting, analyzing, and interpreting data that is contextualized to the needs of the most vulnerable, local context and intelligent, qualitative data and traditional forms of knowledge needed for informing decision-making for those that are left far behind, budget advocacy for gender equality, for other issues that are important to the most vulnerable populations, demanding more transparency and accountability, public campaigns around the SDGs, public scrutiny, increasing policy and budget literacy, training for CSOs and MPs on SDGs and its country-level implementation, strengthening accountability through national audits. UNDP work with Parliament to strengthen this connection and the role of parliaments on the SDGs, boosting efforts to reform and improve parliaments and local assemblies, making them more representative, open, and accountable, delivering training and building the skills among parliamentarians and their secretariats on legislative or budget scrutiny, gender equality, and international human rights obligations, and critical sustainable development issues that the Parliament need to act on, enhancing parliamentary transparency using new technologies, tools, and capacity in data, budgeting, and finances, and brokering partnerships between parliaments and other relevant state and non-state actors, for example, specialized audit institutions or civil society organizations. A few lessons that I want to end my few minutes with. Parliaments that have proper SDG coordination structures, committees, and caucuses overall are doing better in their legislative and oversight roles, even though generally such a structure lack in authority and resources. Partnerships and peer exchanges and learning can help the parliaments in identifying best practice to monitor SDGs. Parliaments and civil society involvement in national voluntary reviews are essential. Another important lesson that we are seeing across the countries that we work is traditional delivered democratic governance, including parliamentary accountability, is critical, but on its own insufficient to address the intersecting global confidence, planetary poverty, and inequality crisis. Apart from institutional strengthening, our programs support to form constructive and systemic partnerships that are key for advancing the SDG agenda, including with executive government, civil society, independent oversight bodies, and new and old media. Governance systems that result from these partnerships are demonstrably more inclusive, leading for more effective oversight and on how these services are being delivered, and to laws and budgets that look beyond the interests of a few and target vulnerable populations. Other lessons that we are seeing is political leadership of parliament is important part of the equation to realize the pledge of leaving no one behind. To make real difference for the most marginalized, a strong community and political voice is required. Some of our most transformative programming empowers parliaments-led alliances to ensure that vulnerable groups are at the table when decisions are made, enjoy equal rights and protections, and are free from discrimination and exclusion. Such a well-formulated interventions that push the envelope are grounded in political reality can make a significant impact. And finally, I want to mention the importance of innovative digital and data solutions that can help parliaments imagine their ways of working to seize these programs. They have been embraced in many countries to connect, for example, parliaments with their constituencies, with civil society, and really bringing the voices of the population of people to the representatives. I will end my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the interesting information. But you provided your speech within 12 minutes because you were connected online. That's why I did not stop you. But we have to remember that we respect ourselves and the people sitting here. The next floor will begin Adrian Ionescu. Adrian, I would like to kindly ask you, please keep up with a 5-minute time limit. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Saidov, Mr. Yu, Your Excellencies, members of Parliament of Uzbekistan, of the participating countries, representatives of international organizations. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today about a topic that is so important for the achievement of SDGs, but sometimes it's rather overlooked. I want to take a moment to thank also for the hospitality that was shown to me when arriving at this conference. So following to the previous presenter, I'm going to talk about the role of parliaments in localization of SDGs and how they can cooperate and interact with civil society, but also with communities, regional and local government. So parliaments debate how to meaningfully adapt SDGs to national contexts. They promote and approve fair distribution of national resources for SDG-focused programs, and also they request and receive input from communities, local and regional governments, and civil society. Local and regional governments can offer an integration of SDGs in local socio-economic development planning, can facilitate multi-stakeholder collaboration with communities, with CSOs, with private sector, with academia. They also promote local innovation, and they identified innovative solutions for achievement of SDGs. They can and do mobilize local resources, and they promote democratic dialogue by engaging communities. Local and regional governments need local governance reform. They need decentralization policies to empower them and also to provide them with the necessary resources and also with the autonomy to make the needed decisions. Another important partner are the civil society organizations. They can offer specialized contextual and local understanding. They have specialized analytical capacity. They can work as a watchdog, monitoring, evaluating, and when is the case, signaling when there are challenges or problems. They are in direct contact with the public and with the community. CSOs need transparent and up-to-date information on the topic of their specific interest, as they are focused most of the times. And for this purpose, freedom of information law is a very important instrument. They also need access to decision makers to be able to communicate their needs and provide feedback on the impact of current policies and or of the proposed policies, laws, and regulations. And for this one, they need an institutionalized dialogue and platforms. And of course, they need freedom of expression. They should be able to communicate freely without fear of retribution. I have a few 6 recommendations for how to institutionalize the dialogue between the parliaments and civil society by creating advisory bodies. And these recommendations are based on a study that a UNDP program, Improving Public Service Delivery, has done. And we looked at examples from Europe, Croatia, Ireland, anyway, Montenegro, US, Canada, but also from the region, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, and especially Uzbekistan. So the few recommendations are that there should be clear regulations when creating the advisory bodies, defining the goals and objectives, requirement for candidates, the selection procedures, the rotation, the functions, the reporting, and so on. The main tasks of public advisory councils would be to review draft laws and regulations, provide opinion on ex-ante impact assessment, provide information and opinion on impact of previous laws and public policies like ex-post assessment, and anti-corruption assessment and monitoring. When creating these bodies, we need to ensure clear, transparent, and an open process and provide broad information to all NGOs, to the expert community about the candidates and about the process. The fourth recommendation is to facilitate interaction and involvement of community and the public through disseminating information about the possibilities to interact with the members of the advisory body, and through encouraging engagement and information of the activity through media, advocacy, public relations, and social media. The fifth recommendation is to ensure openness and transparency of activity, publishing online information, comprehensive information about this activity. The last recommendation is to adopt a code of ethics for the members so that they are guided by the public interest, to declare a conflict of interest, to be honest, reasonable, and to have integrity in the performance of their duty. Beyond, we also have a framework for assessing the functionality of civil society advisory body. I will skip that. I would like to say in the end that we can also use digital means and artificial intelligence when gathering and processing information from the community and from the civil society. And I have asked, I've fed my presentation to ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT to provide time you need. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rahmat, you please.
Thank you, Mr. Ionesco, for your reaffirming the importance of partnership and your recommendations. Thank you very much. Let me move on to our last online speaker, Mr. OLIY Heyman, who is the Global Coordinator of Action for Sustainable Development. Mr. Heyman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Parliament of Uzbekistan and to all the organizers. It's a real privilege and a pleasure to be able to join you remotely, and I appreciate that time is tight, and so I will try to be brief and come to the point. I have a few slides. I might just share only a few slides if possible. Thank you. Yeah, I see they're on the screen. If we can go to the first slide, the next slide, please. So this just gives you a sense of the opportunity that civil society can engage with the SDG process. We, as Action for Sustainable Development, we bring together over 3,000 different community groups, and we regularly conduct our own research looking at how civil society engagement is playing out around the world in terms of the SDGs. So these are some of our key findings. Firstly, it's interesting to note that the whole of society approach to the VNRs, in particular the voluntary national reviews, does increasingly recognize the need for civil society groups, non-state actors to be included in some formal mechanisms. And I agree with the previous speaker that those mechanisms can be further strengthened. In some cases, they may lack the depth of engagement that can really guarantee success and full inclusion. Secondly, we've noticed that many of the cases of SDG assessment, there isn't yet always a clear connection from the reporting that happens in the VNRs and the national implementation within national development plans and national strategies. And it's really essential that that connection is made from global commitments to national level implementation. Thirdly, the transformative principles of the 2030 Agenda. Many of you, I'm sure, will be very familiar. The essential additional value of the 2030 agenda is this ability to link the social and environmental dimensions, linking the principles of leaving no one behind and planetary boundaries. And it still seems that those connections are not always very explicitly made. So I think going further with that transformative approach is essential. And then finally, the linkages from the 2030 agenda to other UN agreements, such as the Paris Agreement, that again can be further strengthened. And we've noticed particularly that there's a limited link in many cases to development effectiveness, aid effectiveness, dialogues. And this comes back to that question around implementation. So the next slide, please. In the next slide, you'll see that we've also looked in more detail, particularly around this question of partnerships and implementation. This is so crucial for so many civil society groups, and I know this is a big part of the discussion you're having today. We do see that there has been an increase in terms of the opportunities for partnerships, and particularly more references to the means of implementation. However, still the funding and the opportunity for financing and resource identification is not being fully taken on board. And we know that that's both from the donor perspective, but also from the perspective of delivery. It's hard sometimes to allocate and identify where those resources are coming from. And we very much welcome, I've seen a draft resolution that's been prepared by you that specifically mentions the need for additional funding to particularly reach those grassroots communities that are themselves potentially both beneficiaries but also implementers of the agenda. We also noticed on the follow-up and review that the data gaps are still a big challenge. And then finally, the SG's common reporting guidelines, these can be very helpful. And the idea with those is to allow for comparability between VNRs. And unfortunately, still, there's sometimes limited use of those guidelines, and that makes it harder to compare between different countries. So I'd like to suggest if you might help me, the person who's arranging the slides, to move now towards the end to the 10th slide, so we can skip a number of the slides here that describe some of our work. Yes, actually, sorry, one before that, the 9th slide, in fact, apologies. There's a specific slide here on Uzbekistan, because I know that that was one of the key questions that you had asked me to respond to. So we, as Action for Sustainable Development, in order to try to enable that greater engagement of civil society, we run a process called the People's Scorecard, which is funded by the Swiss government. And the idea of that is to enable a wide range of civil society groups to be part of a dialogue that leads into the voluntary national review. And Uzbekistan was able to take that forward in 2022. And we were very glad to work in partnership with Yükseliş and other organizations in Uzbekistan. We recognize that more than 200 representatives of NGOs, media, youth, different activists, and also persons with disabilities were able to participate. And this was something that was rolled out across the whole territory of Uzbekistan, including a number of regional consultations to ensure that people were able to engage within their own locality. If we can go to the next slide. So based on these scorecards, we have done, sorry, the next slide, please. Yeah, we have done many of these scorecards in many different countries. And I just want to end with a bit of a comparable approach. So what we've learned from doing these scorecards and enabling civil society to be involved is that still, in many cases, it's a piecemeal approach. Procedural gains in terms of governance mechanisms have not been fully consolidated. We need to see that bigger transformational approach. We know that the world is facing multiple crises, particularly given the recent events both in Ukraine and now in Palestine. And there continues to be a situation of incredible squeeze on public finances, and we know that that has made it very difficult. But there does need to be a greater agreement in terms of the financing picture, and of course there'll be a new round of financing for development negotiations coming up, and we think that that will be absolutely essential, and that part of that needs to agree on this SDG stimulus package, which was called for by the SG just in September at the SDG summit. And we really see that in order for that funding to reach communities. Thank you. I just have one very last slide. If I could just put it on the screen and then I'll finish. This is about the final question was, what can we as civil society do to help and to ensure that delivery continues? So just to conclude, and I'll go through these quickly, and again, these line up very closely with what you've heard from UNDP. We strongly endorse the need to localize the SDGs, to work with communities. CSOs can themselves be delivery bodies. We can do joint campaigning, such as we did recently on the Global Week of Action in September, and we'll make sure to continue to raise awareness. We also can find ways to bring new funds to civil society groups, and we've been working on an online platform for crowdfunding. So not only expecting public funds, but also crowdfunding for community action. And then finally, the crucial need for partnerships between civil society with governments and local governments and with the UN system. So thank you again, and I hope to meet many of you in the future, and I hope that the rest of the conference goes well. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Oli, for very brief and very practical suggestions. So now, in continuation of Oli's ideas, I would like to request all other presenters to share your presentations with the organizers of this forum so that we can learn in greater detail about your ideas and inputs. And I'd like to request our organizers to make sure that the full text of the presentations of all the presenters reach to the participants of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, don't you have an impression, just like myself, for example, whenever we speak about the importance of civil society in the attainment of SDGs, we are not talking about government agencies. We only have representatives from, the parliament and civil society organization, international organizations. I think what we should do is invite a representative of civil society organization, not so much international organizations or government organizations. Therefore, we invited two representatives of civil society organizations. You have 3 to 5 minutes for your presentations. We would like to hear your inputs with regard to your role in the country's achievement of SDGs and how do you see your role. And first off, I would like to invite the director of one of the NGOs in Uzbekistan, Mr. Maruf Usmanov. Thank you very much, Mr. Saidov. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of this forum. First of all, if you look at the resolution of the forum, we can see that we are looking at the draft resolution of the United Nations General Assembly resolution, and we can say that this resolution was really developed taking into account the input from civil society and during conferences and other brainstorm sessions, we already looked at the draft resolution, and over this time, the bulk of the presentations were reflected in this draft resolution. On the 24th of November, we organized a meeting that was attended by representatives of academia, international experts, Uzbekistan, and more than 500 people attended this meeting to discuss the number of issues, including some amendments to this resolution. I'd like to dwell a little bit more on those. First off, talking about the third sector. So the civil society organizations are considered as a third sector, which play an important role in economic and social development of all countries and improved GDP and other social very significant areas. Evaluating NGOs' role in the social sector, for example, and one of the American universities there are great methodologies that could be used to evaluate civil society's participation in the social sector. I think we can use pretty much the same methodology to evaluate the role of civil society in the attainment of SDGs. And I believe that today it is high time to have to develop indicators for the evaluation of civil society's participation in the attainment of SDGs. Thank you very much, Maru, for very concrete suggestions. I would also like to provide my own input on this, and I would like to give the floor to the representative of the Uzbek Society of People with Disabilities, OIBEK.
I see the role of the NGOs in the process of the achievement of the SDGs in the manner that they conduct the public control and showcase those existing challenges that have been indicated during the monitoring of the SDGs. Second, I see the role of the NGOs in the form of the presenting their initiatives at the law-making processes at the parliament and participate in general in the development of various programs and projects. Also, a very important big role of the NGOs lies with the existing lies with the problems that we have at the lower level and bringing up those problems to the higher level decision makers. Considering that we have time limits, I would like to wish everyone who are implementing SDGs to follow two principles: to left no one behind, and the principles of the people with disabilities: nothing without us. Thank you very much.
Mr. Raibek, thank you very much for your very concise and clear suggestions and proposals. Dear participants of the event, we had to have the final meeting at 17:30. So that's why I give the. So my moderator, co-moderator, also allowed me to make final speech. So concluding speech, we have actually talked about the role and that non-governmental organizations can play. They can play a very important role. Without their active participation, we cannot actually imagine the achievement of the SDGs. This is the first thing. The second thing, UN calls for wide participation of the civil society institutions in implementation of SDGs and monitoring of the process. That's why my first suggestion would be all the governments in achieving SDGs shall work with non-governmental organizations in the form of organizing parliamentary hearings and public hearings. In December 24, within the framework of the parliamentary months on SDGs, we conducted the international public hearing. It was in line with the suggestion of President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Mirziyoyev, namely about the role of the non-governmental organizations in implementation of SDG and the discussion of the draft of the resolution of UN in that regard. So as non-governmental organizations provided a lot of recommendations, and the two representatives right now, they also provided their suggestions. I believe that those are very important. So that's why I actually call all the parties to provide active participation of non-governmental organizations in this regard. And another thing, and finally, Professor Usmanov provided one suggestion. Civil society institutions, what is their contribution in implementation of SDGs. We understand about their role. They can play a tremendous role. But what kind of contribution they can make from socially, politically, and also the humanitarian stand of from humanitarian point of view? Can we actually evaluate or assess their contribution? Maybe we have to, it's time for us to come up with a methodology for assessing or evaluating their contribution. So we have 4, 5, 6 years to go. Maybe we have to think about this now. Another thing, Mr. Oli or some other speakers also mentioned that in this regard, in the area of implementation of SDGs, the best practices, the best practice should be actually maybe collected, accumulated, and publish it. Maybe we can put together all the speeches provided today and publish it in a way of in a form of collection of the speeches. There was one suggestion put forward by speakers from our speakers in this session. Maybe different countries have different kinds of practices and experiences. Maybe we can collect the best practices from different countries and also collect all the speeches of this forum, including the plenary session, and publish it as one collection. Another thing, I support the idea of Mr. Ibek about introduction of or use of the public oversight in implementation of SDGs together with the parliamentarian oversight. This plays very important role because this public oversight will be conducted will be civil society by civil society. This is a good thing. And another thing is that resolution which is expected to be adopted by the General Assembly. This is a resolution about the role of the civil society institutions in implementation of SDGs. If you have any suggestions, recommendations, or related to the draft of the resolution, please submit those, and we will take into consideration all of your ideas. One more time, thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers, all the civil society institutions. With that, I would like to conclude the third session. And for the concluding speech, I give the floor to Chairperson of the Senate of Uzbekistan, Tazna Kamal Narvaeva, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Saidov. Good evening, all the colleagues, dear participants of the forum, dear friends. Over the course of the whole day, all of us, we were very active discussing the issues that were actually at the center of the concern of all people of the whole world. We were talking about achieving SDGs and the role of the parliaments, non-governmental institutions, civil society institutions, international organizations, what should be done by all these parties in achieving SDGs. We discussed it in a detailed way. I tried to take a glance on the online meeting. So all the people of our countries were also following this. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues who were moderating the 3 sessions. And I would like to also thank the representatives of the international organizations who were co-moderators of the sessions. That was a great work, and the wonderful accents were put. And so they provided their concluding remarks on the wonderful directions that were actually voiced up. So we started the preparatory work for this forum quite a long time ago. We have disseminated the drafts of the agenda of this forum and ideas for topics. And you also participated very actively. So it was not a product of our parliament, but also all the civil society institutions, international organizations, and all the parliaments. So 3 sessions. There was no one saying that it's not interesting for me. Whatever area you discuss it, be it the role of parliaments, or be it about gender equality or youth policy, or be it actually about the role of the civil society institutions in achieving such tremendous ambitious goals. In all those 3 topics, all of you were very actually closely following and paying attention and actively participating in discussions. That's why all of those speeches will be kept in our websites and uploaded and kept in our website. We'll be using it most productively in our work. So we, as Parliament of Uzbekistan, we actually sharing our experience, and we're also learning from the experiences and practices from other parliaments from around the world. And today, representatives of international organizations, representatives of all UN agencies, you also they also took notes, I believe, about the support they can provide in the implementation of our tasks. And I believe that in the year 2024, they will take into consideration that and will be very active in providing technical assistance to us. So what conclusion we can make? First of all that experience, achieved results, and the existing challenges and solutions are very much valid for each and every party who participate in this forum. Secondly, all those topics, be it topics discussed by Western countries or opinions were provided by Russian Federation Duma or others. So discussion was focused on the preserving and maintaining that global universal values, and each country, each nation talked about own values, and on the basis of this maintaining those values, we can move forward to achieving the SDGs. The right recommendations were provided on that regard. Thirdly, that was about enhancing, empowering economically people, providing them more economic opportunities for them. Our president's main goal is actually putting it very simple words, make sure that people in the country would be satisfied with the work of the government, with the work of the state public servants. So when they're going to be satisfied, when they're going to have enough economic opportunities. So a lot of issues were discussed. I would like to say, with no offense to men, I would like to say that we discussed issues related to women's participation, and we understood, we also underlined that without women's active participation in all sectors and the areas of life, we cannot imagine achieving the SDGs. Uzbekistan is actually is such a country which has a lot of young people. That's why we actually very lightly pointed out that investment to youth is very important. In general, activities of the parliaments as very important decisive place. That's why legislation is very much important. We have to bring our legislation in harmony, in compliance with SDGs. So there are a lot of countries who did not even actually ratify certain conventions. International treaties, agreements were not ratified. Mr. Saidov knows very well. We have analyzed those international documents, and we have even developed our plan for next steps for us to ratify, to join, what conventions, what norms, what provisions or certain conventions are already outdated. So those should be taken from the agenda by international community. So we have to put it on the agenda, and we have to put it into discussion. Some conventions were adopted last century, and they're still actually in act. The life has changed, but conventions are not in our hands. This is up to large international organizations. They have to discuss the issue about actually taking them from the agenda. So the next area was about empowering civil society institutions. We conducted 1 month of devoted to SDGs. We in the legislative chamber, in Senate, we conducted a lot of events. I already mentioned in the introductory speech. I have to mention that my colleagues should not be offended. We always happily recognize it, and we civil society institutions were the most active party. They were even more active than parliamentarians. So they came up with the greatest number of suggested recommendations. That's why the suggestion about including the role of the civil society society institutions was as a result of the experience we had during that 1 month of devoted to SDGs. So that's why we also included the draft of the resolution and put for your discussion. So that's why we have to actually make sure that Parliament and the government should provide great support to civil society institutions, and we have already marketed as our objective. In our country, we already come up with certain plans, and our president is paying the greatest attention to civil society institutions. In the year 2024, in the area of empowering and providing more opportunities for society institutions, we're gonna conduct a lot of work. Each party in the areas of achieving SDGs, what kind of cooperation was put forward or already enacted with UN agencies? Those ideas, those experiences were very useful. We took to note. Also, international organizations, they have to contribute to the productive collaboration. In this process, just saying that you have to do this, you have to do that, it's not going to be enough giving this kind of guidelines. You have to provide practical support. Going to different countries, conducting study tours, learning from other countries, bringing experts from Uzbekistan or experts from Uzbekistan to other countries. This kind of support should be conducted. That's why international cooperation should be on our agenda always. Dear colleagues, in the introductory speech, I said that we're going to have this forum as a biannual event. We agreed on that in Bukhara, but you can see that members of the parliament, representatives of the government, representatives of non-governmental organizations, they're saying that it's not enough to wait 2 years, because within 2 years, there are 24 months. Within 24 months, we can conduct a lot of conferences, a lot of workshops, different types of events. And the most actually shortcoming we have in that regard, that we have to make sure that we have to discuss it not only between parliaments, but also we have to pay attention to who is the main implementer, government. So one sector, why is not discussing SDG with another sector? Why non-governmental organizations are not conducting this kind of roundtables on SDGs? Why employment ministers are not discussing those issues? Why actually the agencies engaged on the gender equality issues, they are not discussing this? So parliaments of different countries, they are discussing that. As a parliamentarian, I would like to criticize them a little bit. Why does different sectors between of different countries are not discussing these issues, getting around the table? I'm not saying that no work is done. I'm saying that, but different types of platforms out there, interstate platforms. For example, intergovernmental commissions are operating, or within the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, there are intergovernmental organizations or Turkic states commissions they're working. They have to put SDG issues on their agenda, and that will help us to achieve the SDGs in a short period. The participants of the forum, those documents that were prepared as a result of this forum, including Tashkent communique, were disseminated to you. In this document, we discussed the key factors related to achieving SDGs. We hope that you will support as a document as a baseline. I believe that Tashkent communique will serve for improving our cooperation in the future, and also will serve as a very important platform. In our country, non-governmental organizations were very actively participated in developing the draft of the resolution. Resolutions about empowering the civil society institutions in achieving SDGs. So this resolution should be adopted on this regard. That idea was supported by non-governmental organizations, civil society institutions, and mass media. That's why would like to address UN, asking them to put this draft resolution on the agenda of General Assembly of UN. If you trust us, our working group, actually, which has members of 2 chambers, and we will include non-governmental organizations, representatives in civil society and academia. So we'll put all the ideas together and we'll come up with a final draft of this document. For the time being, I would like to suggest to adopt this resolution as a baseline, as the starting point. If you agree, I will announce everyone that we adopted Tashkent Communique, and I would like to congratulate you all with this. Dear friends, one more time, I would like to thank my colleagues for their active participation in this forum. It was a great pleasure. I give the floor to Mr. Rampier, please.
Thank you, Madam Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleagues from the UN system, as we draw the second Global Forum on the Interparliamentary Cooperation and Achieving the SDGs to a close, I'm reminded by what the SG once said: we are all in this together, and to share the benefits of the sustainable development and ensure that no one is left behind. And I think this forum actually is a true testament to what he said. And today in Tashkent, we've engaged in profound dialogues. It spans the role of the parliaments on the achievement of the agenda and the goals, the importance of the gender and the youth policies, and the essential role of civil society in our ways of working, and how they're engaged and how they can support in this collective journey, working directly with the people. The diversity of the insights and the experiences which you all brought in today here, it clearly indicates our shared commitments and our belief in the goals. And I believe this unity and the shared purpose are fundamental to overcoming the challenges which we all face in many countries, and together, as we progress, let us harness the cooperation and the inspiration and the knowledge which we gain as we do this in the second forum. As Madam Narbieva said, it would probably be another 2 years before we will have one more. But then the question is, what do we do in the 24 months? And I think we have quite a number of actions which comes out of it, including the communique, which Madam just elucidated. And the path to the goals, as we know, is not easy. It has got challenges, it has got demands, but it needs persistent effort from each one of us. And it needs thinking in a different way and the collaboration between different parts of the government, the civil society, and bringing up the words again, leave no one behind. I sincerely want to thank, on behalf of myself and Ms. Consuelo Vidal Bruce, the resident coordinator, the organizers, Madam Narbieva, the Uzbekistan Parliament, and for all of the visitors who came in for today for this forum. Let's continue our joint efforts, and we, as the United Nations, as a family, will remain as a committed partner to the government of Uzbekistan and all to the partners here. Thank you again. Rahmat.
Katta rahmat Ram-Yer janob oliylari, haqiqatan ham mana hozir to'g'ri tushundingiz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ram-Yer. Indeed, you absolutely rightly mentioned that it is up to the exchanges of expertise and experience between government agencies, civil society, international organizations, and the parliament. Thank you so much. So with regard to the results of the month activism, I would like to make a few updates for Uzbek parliamentarians. We already sent the draft documents to the Senate, and it would be great to adopt a document by camerally. And if you don't mind, Mr. Nurdin Khan Moydinjonovich, this was also suggested by Mr. Saidov, if you don't mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate you on the successful completion of this forum. And we can consider the main part of our forum is over, and our dialogue and sincere interaction continues. We will now go to a great dinner program, which will be another opportunity for us to discuss some of the future cooperation areas in a more friendly environment. And I really hope that our evening activity would be as pleasant. And tomorrow, we will also have the opportunity to take our guests to one of the most ancient cities of Uzbekistan, Samarkand. I would also like to thank the Oli Majlis, the Legislative Chamber, all the senators, all the Senate colleagues, representatives of media outlets, the interpreters, for your contribution to the success of this great forum, and all the organizers and all specialists who was involved in the organization of this forum. And I congratulate you on the upcoming New Year's, and I really wish that the new year brings us all happiness, peace, and great success in our work. Thank you so much. Goodbye.